where her disc skills could be used and sort of athletic.
Looking long, but a miscommunication there.
As it's just the Schopenhauer player who's ready and waiting for that one. And they answer with a quick bomb of their own to make it 1-0 Schopenhauer.
I guess we'll expect these to be more evenly matched games now than the first pool play.
Yeah, this is the first knockout round, which means there is a little bit more at stake. So teams that were just getting warmed up in the first couple rounds are going to be looking to go for the throat, I think, immediately, knowing that they don't want to play the pre-quarters play-in game.
And what happens if you lose the knockout round?
If you lose the knockout round, what will happen is that you're relegated to the bracket for I think 9 to 16. So there's no chance of a top finish if you don't win this game. As Copenhagen gets a quick turn and a relatively easy score to go up a quick break and get this game started off very, very well.
2-0, Copenhagen.
Copenhagen looks like they're playing really sharp. They had a rough defeat to Vikafors D in their pool play. Sharp taking it to Dark Horses right out of the gates.
It's cool to see that a tournament being run for the first time is pulling in teams all the way from Europe.
Yeah, I think it's been really well organized so far. I know the food's been great, and I think there's a lot of people that are looking forward to the party, and that's definitely a big attraction.
Huge advantage for a tournament to have all of the events in one location, the party, the lodging, the food, and the games all in one central location.
Yeah, as some really, really tight plays still working for the Dark Horses as they're looking a lot break side, and they get a goal.
Very nice.
Some great break throws.
Very nice pass there into the end zone.
Make sure that Copenhagen just doesn't roll.
Looks like some well-dialed connections there.
Yeah, good D from Copenhagen. Just need to tighten up the marks a little bit to not let those break throws off. They were sitting on the open side, good defensive position, but with this quick indoor play, you're still not going to get to the break side if you let them have those flat throws.
Very low pull there.
Low pull still lets Dark Horses get down as Copenhagen looks to the break side, pumps a bomb, and then looks for the under and send a blade. Ooh, that's just a little bit too far. And Dark Horses have a chance to get this break back. Dark Horses walk it up to the line, and look like a set play. Really tight Copenhagen defense is making it a tough reset. They do get the dump around. They don't like their upfield look, so they're resetting the disc back and forth.
That looks like a tough matchup here in the downfield.
They're getting a round break. Get out of their own end zone, but not too much happening downfield.
Unfortunate bobble and loss of possession for Dark Horses.
But Slightly high throw there. Gives Copenhagen a short field to try and punch it in. Quick break side throw.
Dark Horse is
good
playing.
patience from the Danish team here as they wait for an open throw and walk it into the end zone. 3-1 Copenhagen.
As we said before, it's pretty tough in these short games to recover from a lead. So these points are really important here. Not letting the gap get too big.
Yeah, it's also important to try to spread the time between your players. Most teams only have 8 with 5 on the field at any one time, so there's a lot of double points, and we've got a whole day tomorrow. So it's definitely, there's a lot of strategic thinking that goes into these points as well. If you get up a couple, can you close out the other team and get them to save their legs? I know that was more of a factor in pool play when it wasn't do or die as it is in this game, as we see Copenhagen break into a zone to try and save some of those legs for their later game. And Dark Horses is able to work through this zone a little bit, get a couple breaks off there to get out of their end zone and move the disc up the field here. As we see Copenhagen still staying in the zone. And Dark Horse is happy to just work patiently through.
It was a good idea.
Just a little bit too far at the back of the end zone. So Copenhagen will walk the disc back up. Dark Horse is switching the man. Really huge spacing on the stack for Copenhagen. Looks like they have a set play to get it going and then do a quick reset there.
An open player just out of the end zone.
Just out, although it's unclear. He tried to drag his toe, but they're discussing whether he's in or not. I think it was pretty close. It's unclear as to when he had control of the disc and if his foot was there. I think that's what the Dark Horse players are saying. So it will be ruled a turnover. Great spirit from both sides. So they're able to discuss it and come to the conclusion.
Seems like there have been pretty short discussions all weekend so far.
Yeah, I think most of the teams here are pretty well spirited, and it's been really even as a good hammer, but then a slightly floaty throw.
Those are tough matchups with those shorter women there and some pretty tall players on the Copenhagen side.
And a good read by the Copenhagen player leads to another score as they go up 4-1. So it looks like Copenhagen feeling pretty in control of this game, but there's still a chance that Dark Horses can claw their way back into this.
Dark Horses is going to have to adjust to their good defense here and make up for some of those mismatches that they have.
Yeah, I think if we look at their point that they scored, sort of a plan for how they need to continue is just work the break side as much as they can to keep the disc away from this Copenhagen defense and just try to be as patient as possible.
They've certainly got the speed.
A really tough throw there. And
no child in that.
They ran into a baby carriage, but fortunately there was no kid in there.
Although he was pretty gracefully jumped over
really,
it.
really scary for a parent there, but no baby in there, so we're okay. Although he did manage to not knock it over, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty impressive.
As Copenhagen moves the disc quickly. Oh, and a miscommunication.
Sounded like a little contact there as well.
For a quick turnover. No call on the bump as Dark Horses throw a huge floaty hammer that Copenhagen picks up quickly and gets moving with.
How do you find the lighting in this stadium? Is it tough to see? We've got some really tall ceilings here. Is it tough to see the disc coming down on those higher throws?
It hasn't been too bad so far. I think that the fluorescent lighting can be a problem in some facilities, but it's
got a pretty quick transition downfield here.
Yeah, as Copenhagen looks break side again and puts it in for a 5-1 lead and a pretty secure position in the match. Dark Horse isn't giving up though. You can see that they're really working both on offense and defense, cutting hard and really fighting.
Traveled a long way for this tournament. They're trying to get the most out of their time on the field here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you always enjoy the party that much more if you're exhausted after the first day. So I think they're showing really good fight, and then they can, if you do
get out on the dance floor.
If you do get knocked out, it's always a great incentive to win the party. So
for sure. And
here's
some good things about the party facilities. A pretty cool, really old style building here on the facilities. Again, we're at the National Training Center, Busön, on Lidingö.
A bullet from Dark Horses.
Not so easy to catch.
We'll give Copenhagen the disc, but with not great field position as they're on the sideline, pretty far down. They have to work a full field as they put a break side upside down, and they're looking pretty patient here, swinging the disc.
Scuba upfield, and a low floaty that looks
fast
just too far.
Throw that's just a little bit aggressive there. Sometimes outdoors those will sit up a little bit more, but indoors we've seen a lot of teams throwing it out the end of the end zone.
Even with these longer fields, it's tempting. I see you see the distance there, but it's not really.
It just keeps going. So really quick fields and easy to throw it out the back. As Dark Horses get a quick reset and move it to the break side. Ooh, great catch from the
nice recovery.
Dark Horse player there, number 36, as they look deep and then back under. A tough reset.
Yes.
Leads to a field position
panic throw to the end zone. Helsinki clamping down, really not wanting to let go of their nice cushy lead here. Can almost be a tough thing to do in these tournaments when you're up by so far, to let go a little bit, save some energy for the next game, but it doesn't seem like they're really doing that.
Yeah, I think they know that oftentimes the best strategy when you're up is to just close out the game as quickly as possible, and the best way to do that is with your legs as they work it up the field very efficiently, showing some patience, not pushing it break side, not trying to force anything. As they wait for their player to get open and dunk it in.
We've got another score there by Copenhagen, which brings the score 6-1.
So Copenhagen feeling pretty secure, and we'll see if they transition back to that zone to try and save some legs for the next matchup.
What is the strategy behind a zone in an indoor tournament? Obviously, you're not contending with the wind. So what are the advantages of a zone defense?
The big advantages are that you don't let teams shoot deep you force them to work it up the field, and you can, always hope for a mistake, even though it's less likely than outdoors. But really, you're just trying to slow down the pace of the game, give your legs a little bit of a rest, and then also, once you get down to the end zone, the zone becomes much more effective, and maybe switching into a man lets you get the D that you're looking for without having to expend as much energy.
Ooh, an unfortunate
as an unforced error gives Copenhagen really great field position, and they waste no time in throwing a quick around to the break side for 7-1 lead and a pretty solid, secure grip on this.
Have you seen any teams come to the full 11 points during this tournament yet?
Yeah, I think it definitely happened a lot in the earlier games when the 1 seeds were, the top seeds in the pools were playing the 3 seeds, where the difference in play led to a lot of faster points, and that resulted in basically some blowouts that were a little bit more lopsided, some 11-1, 11-2 games, as another dark horse miscommunication leads to a short field and a quick attempt, but not sure what the call was. If the call was a foul. It looked like a pretty clean play to me. I think it might have been more of a drop, although I can't see
Seems
from
like
the
they're
other
discussing
side.
Contact.
Yeah. From this angle, it definitely looked like any and all contact was after the catch would have been made, and that it just sort of slipped through his hands. But we'll see what they decide. It does look like they will rule that it is a turnover, and dark horses will get the disc back to try to get in another point.
Dark horses is really got to tighten up their connections here on the field from the handlers for the receivers. Just a little bit off here, and
yeah, a quick break.
He's really capitalizing.
Aggressive deep throw. That's just out of bounds. Leads to Copenhagen again as they start the quick turnaround and get the disc moving. Tight reset and another to the break side. Leads to 2 big plays from the Copenhagen players. Oh, and a miscommunication gives Dark Horse a short field with a good D. See if they can punch this in, get another point.
Good decision making there, holstering, resetting back to the...
And a good tight mark from the Copenhagen player.
They're not making it easy.
Really tight defense as Dark Horses are getting pushed further and further backfield with their resets.
This is now when you see how an experienced team really can command the game, and the less experienced teams.
Down. Oof, leads to a missed layout and another turnover for Dark Horses as they're unable to capitalize on the Copenhagen mistake. Copenhagen, sensing the long point, calls a timeout.
First one of the game, and that is also the time cap.
Out for the cap. So, as Copenhagen is up more than 3 points, we should see this be the last point of the game. So I think going to see Dark Horses just try to make a last stand here, get 1 more point, even though it looks like they will not be moving on. But you have to like their spirit and just fighting for this game. They haven't let Copenhagen just roll over them. So some really good defense. They've gotten a couple turns at this point. I think they're looking to get 1 more and try to score this point to end on a good note.
There's still a lot of weekend left for them, so they want to continue to dial in, focus in, learn each other as a team, and improve over the weekend. Still lots of opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just sort of an introduction to the spring season, so a lot of teams chance to, you know, try and get those connections together, work on the offense, tighten up the defensive instincts. I think this is a great first showing for them as Copenhagen goes straight for the long bomb, and a precision throw and catch means that this game is, I think, already over.
Should be
although
over.
it is unclear.
Walking back to the line.
The teams are aware.
Again, this is a new tournament, new format, and some special rules. It might be possible that the teams are unaware of those rules, such as the pocket cap and.
Yeah, it seems like they may just play this one out, which should be fine for everyone involved, I think. Dark Horse definitely will appreciate the ability to play against a good opponent and sharpen themselves up for tomorrow. And Copenhagen is, as we saw, a couple unforced errors there. They're probably also looking to just get on the same page as they've pulled together a couple different groups of players, and still day one here.
Oh, an unfortunate interception.
Catch block gives Copenhagen the disc right on the end zone. And Copenhagen is forced to reset. Ooh, as they catch it.
Just toe the line.
Oh, apparently he was on the line, so they still have to push it in. And across
no problem there.
Blade will give them the goal.
And that should be game.
So it looks like we will have the last point here. As Copenhagen down quickly on a very good pull. Dark Horse is trapped in their own end zone. Copenhagen using that same zone again to try to force some
feeling the
tricky
pressure
throws,
to get it out of their end zone.
That pressure immediately. So we'll see if Copenhagen can get a quick point as they do, and I think that will do it for this game. So, although Dark Horse is eager to keep playing, they're jogging back to that line quickly. So I think that the game is over now, and the horn goes. So we can, yeah. See if teams really want to play that last point, but. And Copenhagen pulls, so it looks like they will sneak in this last point, but this will definitely be it. Copenhagen goes back to their zone to try and force Dark Horse into some funny throws. The blade is easily caught, although there is a call earlier on. Looks like the disc will go back to Dark Horse. May have been a foul on that throw. Oof, a tough blade makes for a tough catch, and Dark Horse gives up another field for Copenhagen. Copenhagen looking open side.
Easy break there.
Break around for the dump. Oh, and a slight
miscalculation there on the throw.
Gives the disc back. That's the sort of thing that they haven't been punished for this game, but against some of the other teams coming up, they're really going to have to tighten that up if they want to move through to quarters and semis.
Who are the big players during this tournament?
There's a lot of players from. We've actually seen some players from all over. We've got some Skogshyttan players coming out from Göteborg in Sweden, that like Sebastian Sporrong, that have played in the U.S. leagues. Sporrong played with GOAT actually this past season, as Dark Horse is able to punch in this last point and get their second point to end a tough game on a good note, as there's smiles and handshakes all around. So that is the first crossover knockout. I think our next game is going to be another open game, which is the next 4 pools in the knockout stage. On this field, we will have second team from the E pool against the third place G pool team. Just going to double check to see if we can figure out who those teams are. I think that actually I think that it's going to be Örebro, who I'm fairly certain beat Fine Wine, but lost a close game against Lucky Grass earlier today, despite being seeded number 1 in their pool against. Oh, sorry, that's the G pool. So it looks like it will be G3, which is Fine Wine. So it'll be Fine Wine against. I'm not sure if it is. We'll have to get some confirmation on whether it's Disco Boys Uppsala or Salaspils for the second team. Although we may be able to tell from this in the warm-ups here.
That's definitely Fine Wine there. Another local Masters team. Welcome back to Hello Stockholm knockout round open division. We've got local team from Stockholm, Fine Wine, Masters team versus Disco Boys from Austria. Ashley Renlund sitting here talking with Lars Österberg, American and half American, commenting on the Swedish pitch here.
So I think the biggest question is always when you see a Masters team playing against a younger team is going to be the athletic question. Can the wiles of the Masters team, usually they have more experience,
typically better handlers,
as they move really quickly and efficiently, but
and we see in that hustle defense move right there.
Even though the play was drawn up well, the Austrians were able to get a quick D and having a little bit trouble moving it up the field, but get a break throw off. Kind of stagnant from the cutters.
It'll be interesting to see what this Masters team has for a defensive strategy, if they just try to take away the deeps, force them under, or how they're going to compensate for this. Well, a difference in speed, really, on the field.
They seem to be working pretty hard, though, and doing pretty well so far. They're cutting off the breaks with their marks and not giving the Austrians any easy looks, as the stall is really, really high. And the thrower
no-look
goes
scuba.
for no-look scuba, which you don't see too much these days, out of frustration more than anything else. But
sign of good defense by
Fine Wine is able to get a turn there on the D and center the disc. Look for a break that again is D by the same defender.
Number 12.
Number 12 on the Disco Boys, who floats one out for the dump. And
taking advantage of the undercuts here and their speed.
Looks like Fine Wine is doing some switching. And that travel is called on the Austrian player as he rounded his cut there when he caught the disc. Really took a couple extra steps. I think that's a good call. As the Austrians put a blade cross field and punch in their first point break for Disco Boys.
How important is it to play offense on the first point here in these shorter games?
I mean, it's really a momentum question. I think if you can't get that, if you get broken immediately, unless you have a really sort of strong team mentally, then it's really an uphill battle. And I think especially against a younger team like this, it's tough to just sort of run through it with your legs and fight through in the same way. We'll see if the Fine Wine team can use some set plays, maybe some precision throws to use the old man wiles and get a quick O point before they jump back into this game.
Taking their time here. Again, outrun.
A set play, but just the speed of the Austrian players as the defender gets a great run through D and forgot which way the field is.
They're certainly playing no mercy on those.
As they threw a big floaty hammer that the Austrian
players. Good positioning there for the D.
Able to get up and get a hand on, but not able to control as the taller defender was able to put just enough pressure on it. Another break throw is just outrun by the Austrian
passes
team.
To space are pretty dangerous for them. They're going to have to work pretty precisely in this game.
Yeah. It's tough as Austria looks immediately to the break side and gets an easy under. Although the Austrian team does seem to be having a little bit of trouble with stagnation downfield as the pass goes right through the Austrian player's hands.
Into the end zone uncaught. Fine Wine not wasting any time.
Finds an easy reset to...
Ooh, but it's a throwing malfunction.
Yeah, it looks like he just tried to pull it back at the last second. Oh, but a good read. This Fine Wine, really quick.
Quick catch.
Turn again.
Defense.
At this point, it's starting to get a little bit long.
Looking off a couple of options there, and
as an upside down, just flies a little bit too quickly from number 22. Austrians with another short field. See if they can punch it in as they get a quick break side throw in.
Fine Wine's certainly having some trouble getting open downfield. Looking like they might have to rely on their handlers a bit more.
Yeah.
To make some plays happen.
It's a tough situation when they're putting a lot of nice break throws, but just getting beat to the disc, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
Nope.
We'll see if they're maybe able to do some more upside downs. If they can get some precision blades in, it's a pretty good chance for them to keep the defense from having a real shot. Obviously, those kinds of throws are high risk though, so it's not a great long-term strategy unless you really have the throws for it.
Well, they've certainly got some experience under their belts as individual players. I don't know, they don't have too many opportunities to play together as a team. I don't think they do any international travel, and really this is one of the only tournaments we have here in Sweden.
Yeah. Ooh, and a slight miscue gives Austria another great scoring chance here right near the end zone.
Taking the reset.
And floating a questionable upside down pass.
Just died about halfway to the end.
Floats out of bounds and gives Fine Wine a chance to reset the offense and try to get things moving.
And taking advantage of a little lead there, but just a bit too much.
So a good idea, but I think that throw had a little bit too much pace on it for the Fine Wine player to be able to catch up to it. The risk with the indoor field is that you want to be able to not put the disc out of the end zone, which leads you to put a little bit more
We
grade
got a big
on
bomb there,
as,
all the way down to the end zone, which is
Austria
caught.
gets it just inside with a huge throw. And
their third goal of the game.
Quick end of that point.
3-0 Disco Boys. Lead against Fine Wine.
3 straight breaks for the Austrians as they look pretty in control of this one so far.
And again, just to reiterate, anybody just tuning in or hasn't had a chance to check out the homepage, games are to 11 25-minute games, 25-minute cap, and teams of exactly 8 players, no more. That is the regulation for this tournament, and like we said, that certainly makes it challenging for these teams that rely on numbers. So I'm really interested to see how this team will do in the course of the weekend. Masters team here.
As Fine Wine with some really tight handler resets, and the Austrian player falls, which might be, and a great diving catch by the Fine Wine player.
Really
gives Fine Wine their first goal.
Important point for them.
And making those
With
kinds
that
of
mental
bids as a Masters team is
those are big.
can be rough, but a lot of those guys are pretty used to it, and their bodies have gotten used to the bids over the years. I know, for example, number 8, who we saw playing before, Paul
Eriksson.
Paul Eriksson has been a big part of Swedish Ultimate for a long time,
And not just Swedish Ultimate, he's done a lot of work in the Baltics as well.
Yeah, definitely has been a really big presence in the sport here in Europe. And when you talk about the experience that he has under his belt, it's just years and years. Been playing since I was born, basically. Which means that he's got a lot of bigs under his belt, too.
Yep, one of their key handlers on this game.
As we see the Austrians able to get a lot of separation here on a lot of their cuts. The fine wine players are choosing to push them under, trying to force a mistake and hopefully force them into an interesting throw like that, laid to the break side, which does exactly what fine wine was hoping, and falls through the hands of the player.
And a little bit hasty on the throw there.
As we see the Austrians pick up and quickly move it. Ooh, but a slight communication
Another hasty
error
throw.
means that this is a little bit of a hectic point. I think both teams feel that they just want to slow things down a little bit, set up, and get things worked out as an almost hand block leads to another layout from fine wine. Certainly aren't afraid to throw their bodies around. It's great to see.
Yeah, they're looking warmed up now. They're looking like they're making some bolder
big
moves
bid
here.
from the Austrian team is
There's no call.
called a clean D, so there's no call there. And Disco Boys will pick up again.
A good spirit on the fields today.
Yeah, you see it's a little bit of a sag in the lane from the fine wine players as they're playing almost a bit of a zone in this area. As
Leads
a
to a
big
hole.
jump from number 12 gives the Austrians a goal and a 4-1 lead in this game. Tough start for fine wine, but
They're hanging in there. These points are long points. They're certainly not rolling over this game.
Number 22 for fine wine, I think, has played just about every point. So one of the younger Masters players is shouldering a lot of the load, which is it's going to be rough for the entire
Wally
tournament.
Philmonaco, his wife, is also playing for one of the women's teams here, Swedish Fish. Another North American player by origin.
And again, the tight handler action from fine wine. Getting the break side at will here.
That's going to have to be their...
back and forth, but really struggling to get any kind of progress downfield.
Finding a hole there, though.
Wally
and looking for
gets
a ball.
it. There was a
Just a bit misangled there. It was a good idea. Little
tight blade to the weak side, but
Have
just
the player
couldn't
there.
keep it inside the lines. As Austria will pick up on the sideline, and fine wine will force backhand as the Austrians run right through the poach and send it deep immediately for an easy goal.
Tough matchups there for fine wine. Disco Boys leading 5-1. Again, this is a knockout round. So where will the winner of this game go?
The winner of this game, I think, will move on to the pre-quarters in just about an hour after this game started. And then we will, so they will play, the winner of this game will play the top seed from a different pool. And then the losers will be relegated to the lower bracket, and the best they can do is ninth place. As we see Austria get down quickly on the pole, and fine wine still getting those break sides and those handle movements as they
missing some downfield
have
players.
an Austrian player fall down, although his teammate is able to recover and help him. Good patience from the Fine Line team here.
Certainly.
As they look towards the end zone and
finding the open player in the middle of the field.
Nice little blade that the Fine Line player has.
They're really good at making themselves look great.
And they get the second goal of the game with some of that precision throwing.
That's some of the flow that they've been looking for.
Yeah, just forcing the Austrians into some funny defensive positions and catching those tricky throws. Good stuff from the Masters team.
And we'll see if this means a clamp down from Disco Boys, if they're just going to come out with some power legs and get some quick scores, maybe look for the long shot right off of the pole. We'll see.
They still have a 3-point lead, so I don't think they're really feeling too much pressure yet, but that 3 points is really important as the Paganello, as it's called, is in effect with a 3-goal margin at 25 minutes.
That could cut a good 5 minutes off of the game if they can manage to.
Which will be the same, an important factor for their legs in the next game, as they will be meeting a top team right after the women's quarterfinals.
So essentially, about 40 minutes after this game. So not a lot of recovery time.
A quick recharge, and if they can cut this game down by a couple points, that'll make a big difference, especially for a high-octane team like the Austrian team. We've seen a couple miscues. They're definitely winning this game a lot with their legs, with some of those run-through Ds.
And seeing those high-precision throws in this point.
Ooh.
Oh, and unfortunately out of bounds.
Looks like the Fine Line player just out of bounds there, like you said, and it will be a turnover for the Austrians.
Seeing some more offensive flow from Fine Line, though. A little more than the first few minutes of the game here.
Definitely working some set plays, using a little bit of the old guy Masters wiliness that we were expecting in the beginning. As a stepped on foot leads to a foul call. And,
again, really one of the most interesting and best parts about this sport is that you can play for so long and still play at a highly competitive level, despite the fact of the physicality and really the physical demands of this sport. Players tend to stick around to play in their 40s, their 50s, and sometimes even longer.
It's pretty incredible, actually. As we see Fine Line get the disc back due to a dropped pass from number 25 on the Austrian team.
Ooh,
a tight D there, as Fine Line able to move things down the field, and a huge fake from Wally. As he pulls back that puck, gets it to Paul, who hits break side.
There's the connection they're looking for.
On the blade gives Fine Line another point. So Fine Line mounting a little bit of a comeback here. It's sort of a sneaky
only got a 2-point margin here now.
And this is, where the Austrians have to be careful, because those Masters players can lull you into sort of a slower pace, and it's the classic trick if they throw a zone, for example, on defense. Try to just slow down the pace of the game and force you to play at their pace and their style. And they're good at those precision throws. They will get some points that way. So I think Disco Boys really need to try and stay aggressive, use their legs, and really push this disc downfield.
And take the smart passes.
Yeah. They don't have any trouble getting separation. It's just,
and a nice defensive play, but an unfortunate direct turnover on the goal line.
Fine Line tries to take advantage of that with a quick throw to the end zone, but the Austrian player was right there for the quick reversal.
And 5-minute warning we hear in the background.
We hear the 5-minute warning.
Ooh, a bobble in the end zone. Looked like it was almost recoverable, but not quite. We've got a baby and a mom on the field. but they're safe now.
Fine Wine able to work it break side again and putting up a big looping blade that will go for the goal.
Right.
So
The
Fine
fourth
Wine
goal.
coming with another break and pushing this mini run to 3.
Really changing the pace of the game now. It seems like they've Fine Wine has found a way to command, like you said, command the pace of the game and sort of slow things down and really turn it into their game. It'll be interesting to see how the Disco Boys react to that and see if they can really gain the momentum back in this last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like Disco Boys only have 6 players, or actually maybe 7. So they don't have a full roster, which could be part of what's going on here.
That's pretty difficult for a team that it depends on its legs to advance the disc.
Playing this aggressive style and running so much can lead to sloppier mistakes in the decision-making side of things for some younger players. So it's definitely an interesting matchup as Disco is able to punch in that goal.
Just in the corner of the end zone there.
So Disco Boys find the groove on offense again and push up to 6-4. Or actually it looks like 7-4. We may have missed a goal there. So still feeling relatively comfortable, but also recognize that Fine Wine is not to be overlooked here.
Certainly. Nice long pull, see if it stays in, and it doesn't. And I think they will choose to take the brick mark.
Out the back of the end zone, we'll give Fine Wine the disc at the brick mark. So they line up in a vertical stack here and look for a break right off the bat. Which has been their go-to. Oh, and a great same third throw off that set play gives them a beautiful 5th goal.
Fine Wine is not letting them take this game away.
Starting to find their rhythm a little bit more, especially on offense. That they're able to get it to the break side consistently before, but now they're actually using that to advance up the field.
And getting open in the end zone. They're having guys there consistently now.
And the more short points they can get, I think the better for their prospects tomorrow, regardless of which bracket they end up in.
Absolutely. Nice pull by Wally right into the middle of the end zone.
The Austrians able to hold on to the disc for a while here as Fine Wine plays a little bit zony.
Again, trying to save some legs.
Save some legs and also just slow down the pace of this game. See a little bit of poaching from the handler defenders and just pushing the Austrian players down. They don't want to give them anything deep. So forcing them to have a lot of throws and really work a lot harder for these points. Sort of a smart defensive decision by this Fine Wine team.
Looks like a corrected pick call on the field.
Yeah. So quick stoppage will be tapped in as the Austrians look break side again.
A low pass, but it is caught by Disco Boys receiver.
Tough reset here. Some good marks by the Fine Wine players are making the Austrian team work for their break throws, forcing them to put really flat. They're not gaining anything on the swing. Oh, as a tough
and that's exactly what Fine Wine is looking for.
Gives Fine Wine the opportunity here.
Oh, but
miscommunication gives it right back. Unfortunate there.
Unfortunate, and that seems, those kind of errors are come from teams that don't get the chance to play together that often.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many years you've played the sport. It takes a while to get in sync with your teammates. So we see
hammer over the defense.
A big bomb go.
Completely uncontested.
Disco Boys are able to catch that one just as time runs out, and Disco Boys will be advancing then to to the
Although it looks like they're
pre-quarter
going to
games.
be playing one more point here.
I guess the time went out just as that point was ending, so
And
we
in that
will
case,
play one last point here before it is final, but with their commanding lead, it will not matter who wins this point.
Fine one with not many options here, throws the disc away.
Right handler defense gives
Easy, quick score.
a short field for the Disco boys, who capitalize and close out the game in style. For all of you that are just joining us here at the stream at Hello Stockholm, the next game will be the women's quarter. As we see the team starting to warm up here, and I will get the information about which teams are playing in just a second. Stay tuned.
first time we're running into a game called Annie, kind of expect all these soccer glitches, but it seems like they're all handled really smoothly. And I think it's coming together really nicely. I mean, aggressive catch there. Almost deep by the Copenhagen defense. She goes back to it and gets her hand over the wall. Swing it around, so they keep it going. Have you seen many zone defenses here today? Only in one other game have I seen full zone when playing really to slow down the pace of the game. I mean, I guess essentially having it be indoors and lack of weather in your hands really there's a different incentive for throwing the zone. But certainly against teams that have maybe less confident throwers, it can be a really good strategy to frazzle inexperienced handlers, which is I think exactly what they're trying to do with this Minchap team, is take advantage of their maybe some lack of experience from the handlers. And I imagine too that we're getting close to outdoor season, so some teams might be wanting to kind of sharpen up some of their outdoor skills like zone defense and that sort of thing. Absolutely, as we said a few times today, that this is a great transition tournament for the outdoor season, having it be a bit longer than a traditional basketball court. You see a lot of indoor tournaments, and also these fields are fantastic.
they're learning to find the holes here now. And Copenhagen's going to have to adjust. Maybe decide to go to mound. They're holding the zone so far. Waiting for that passing error from the handlers.
Well, at this point, a lot of teams would maybe call off the zone when the offense gets very close to the end zone, but it seems like they're going to keep it all the way in.
And that is one of the biggest differences, I think, of the indoor versus the outdoor atmospheres. That it really is more advantageous to keep the zone on into the defense and really clog the space there in a way that outside. And Linköping was able to convert that point, tying the game at 2-2.
Really nice job of swinging the disc all the way across the field, back around to the middle, finding the open holes and getting the score.
Classic. Much better point that last half of the point than the first part of the game where they were having those drops.
Yeah.
Seems like they've maybe shaken that off a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're coming up nice improvement on both sides, I think.
How are you finding the quality of the fields? Seems like the grass is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's good. You know, I haven't had to bid too many times, so I haven't gotten any burns, but it's really nice to be wearing cleats, get a little bit of extra speed, and
an errant pass by Copenhagen will give Linköping the chance for the score at the last third of the field now. A little slow restart. Copenhagen has a good defensive positioning. He managed to get up on the open sideline.
Trap a little bit here. Can she get it around?
And a lady throw into the end zone that just isn't able to get caught.
Almost had the desperation throw work out for her.
Almost.
Yeah, it really looks like both teams are getting a little bit tired.
Yeah, this will be their third or fourth game of the day. I think third. Getting some quick dishy passes.
Yeah, some handler movement here.
Big
and then the
throw.
hook upfield.
But it is just out of bounds, not possible.
Could have used just a little bit more outside in on that throw.
They like those quick dishy passes, but a couple of times here, just they had taken just a second longer. They could have had better balance in the release there.
Yeah.
Maybe could have saved it from going out of bounds. Linköping with the disc in their defensive end zone.
Able to work it up.
She's in bounds.
Just keep her foot inside and she goes.
A nice look long, but they don't have a player there yet to throw to. Unfortunately, having
for a swing
to wait. And she's looking for it. It's a nice throw into the end zone. Very, very nicely put past by number 14. And a score by Linköping. Bringing the score now 3-2 Linköping.
That was some really nice movement, some good continuation passes.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I'd like to see. Yeah, I wonder, as these teams start to get a little bit more tired, you really have to kind of bring up and elevate your mental game.
Absolutely.
And play more intelligently.
Oh, we just saw an interesting game. Last game, it was the Open Australian team, Disco Boys versus Fine Wine, the Masters team here from Stockholm, and it was really interesting to see, you know, those old guys that have been playing. They really have their throws dialed in, and it looked like Australians were just going to roll them over with their speed. And you know, halfway through the game, they lost their momentum absolutely, and then Fine Wine was really, while they didn't pull the game out, they certainly gave them a tough match just by smart passes, really precise placement on the field. Some smart play.
Yeah. I've had the chance to play with against Fine Wine a few times in our training sessions, and they're a legitimate team. They've been around for a long time.
Certainly have some years under the belt.
Continuing, taking a timeout.
taking a timeout, probably to regain some air in their lungs. Hopefully to slow the pace down a little bit. Again, this team really likes the quick give and goes, but they sometimes aren't making the best decisions then on the throw, the continuation. I think they're going to try to slow things down a little bit and try to get into a better flow, maybe between their handlers.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good decision. They've had really a lot of success kind of getting it off the middle, up, diagonally towards the sidelines, but then often been forcing it up into the end zone.
Absolutely, which has been working so far. Hasn't been shutting them down too hard on the line, but they can't really expect to have it that easy, and they will have to. And if they want to make an efficient play and efficient game for themselves, they'll need to break the mark.
Yes.
And get the disc around to the other side.
Absolutely. Yeah, because as they do that, right, they play right into Linköping's defense. If they're forcing them towards the sideline, you got to break them eventually.
Yep. That's end of time out here. Copenhagen will reposition on the field. Linköping waiting for the offense to set up. We'll see if they have they've called a set play here from their sidelines, or if it'll just be a reset to their handlers here.
Oh, going for the handler, and there's the break we were talking about.
Yep, they've managed to swing it to the other side of the field, looking good. Not so much open possibilities in the end zone here. They're looking long, and there's the connection they're looking for, and it's good. Very well played by Copenhagen.
Yeah, really taking advantage of that timeout.
Absolutely, they capitalized. They knew what they were coming out to do. And that brings us to 3-3.
Okay.
So this is the quarterfinals. So winners of this will advance to semis tomorrow.
Okay.
And I think the loser of this team will then be playing for, at best, 9th, I believe.
So a lot on the line here and a close game.
Yeah, this is when it gets exciting in the tournament after pool play is over and we have these matchups that are a bit more well matched. And it looks like a pull to the far sideline there will lead to, I don't know if she'll take the brick mark. It looks like she's just going to walk it straight in.
Yeah.
An advantage for Linköping, gained some meters already.
Well, there we go.
A little shaky pass there was able to be knocked down by Copenhagen player who looks like maybe she had a little injury.
Yeah, tweaked an ankle perhaps, but
walking it off. No injury call there.
Looks like Copenhagen's going 3 handlers back.
Ooh, and just out of the hands of her receiver. Linköping will pick up the disc. Taking their time to set up the offense here. They're not going for those quick turnovers like Copenhagen is. More of a relaxed, thoughtful offense here.
Which is really nice to see from, I believe they're mostly university students.
All right. Yeah, and Linköping takes the disc down to bring the score to 4-3 Linköping. Trading points back and forth here. This is when you get tired. This is mentally the tough point of the tournament.
Yeah, you can see it. Just shoulders a little bit down.
Walking back to the line. 8 players is really, 3 subs. It's not a lot.
No.
It's not a lot. And like we've been talking about in the, these bigger fields, it's really a big adjustment physically to take up that space. And,
but I believe, doesn't Copenhagen... Oh, no! A dropped ball.
Really unfortunate drop there. Will give Linköping an easy chance for a score here. See if they can convert.
Oh, that's
very unfortunate fumble of the disc. And again, Copenhagen looking for that quick transition.
Oh!
Looks like a bit of contact there, but a good defensive play by Linköping. But we'll see if there's some sort of foul call on that. In any case, it will most likely result in a turnover.
Copenhagen will take an injury replacement, substitution.
Which gives Linköping the opportunity to take a injury substitution as well, but they choose not to. Even though their player was looking a little bit banged up there.
But she's going to fight through it.
Oh. Very close on that.
Nice grab.
End line now. And he finds the open player in the zone.
Good patience.
Bringing it to 5-3 Linköping.
That was a big point for Linköping.
That was a big point. That's another break point. So that means Copenhagen will have to have 2 break points now to even things back up. That in this kind of game where you're trading points, that first time that somebody gets the lead, that's a very mentally draining point. That's a hole they're going to have to dig themselves out of, and it's looking like a couple girls limping on their team.
Absolutely.
They're going to have to dig deep for this one.
Yeah, and time goes by fast. All of a sudden, there's only going to be 5 minutes left, and those 3 points or 2 points. We've already had the 5-minute warning.
Not a lot of time. They were going to have to really fight these last points to regain the ground.
But we've already seen that they can move the disc fast. So
they can move the disc fast.
They could put those points in.
They can dial in those long shots off of the continuations passes. I think they have a chance here. Linköping probably nailing down their defense. Going to play some tight defense here, hoping not to let any scores in for the rest of the game. And there was a nice turnover there by Linköping. Working it slowly up towards the end zone with a huck into the unfortunate drop in the end by Linköping.
That's really tough.
That's really tough. I mean, those are the scores that mean a lot. Or those are the drops that really can change the game. If they hadn't dropped that, they would be a lot closer to finishing this game.
That's true. Yeah, sometimes you put so much pressure on yourself. You're wide open, it's a catch, and it's just a mental error, and all of a sudden, Copenhagen has the disc again.
There's a foul call. Looks like there's a bit of a discussion.
It's been a pretty physical game, but not too many fouls called.
No, there's not. I haven't seen many fouls called this weekend, or not too many discussions at least.
Yeah.
I think it was a contested foul coming in on 2, I believe she said.
If you can find out, there's that up the line cut. And she
really,
puts it deep. She has a receiver.
That one worked out well for them. That's the score that's going to keep them in this game.
Yep.
Third goal in a row, they've had 11 to 4.
Wow. We just gotten news that was the 3rd goal in the row, and 3 out of their 4 that was assisted by number 11 to player number 48. So, and it's really been the same goal, at least 2 of those times, really on this far sideline here, open side throw, just hugging the sideline, coming back into that back corner.
Yeah.
We'll see if Linköping can pick up on that trend and shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, there's really some chemistry. I don't know if they practice that play.
I think it seems to be more of like the last option, really. That, like we said before, I haven't seen Copenhagen really swinging the disc very much, just relying on that athleticism to get them down there.
Time over. That means
that is the time that just went on. That means it is a game to 6.
Right, so this is a huge point and a D.
Big D.
No foul called, so Copenhagen will have a chance here to tie it up.
advanced to the middle of the field, looking good.
Not much action downfield though. She's gonna have to work with her handlers.
And they're not really getting the rotation long. A bit of stagnation there. Probably due to tired legs.
Yes. Field gets a
But
lot
they're
longer.
maintaining possession. Oh, and very unfortunate. Not a strip ball. I think this is just a drop.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, she went to rotate and seemed like just lost her grip on the disc. Really costly turnover.
That's a really tough feeling.
See if they can get this back. Hopefully she'll fire up.
Oh, and a
big
deep shot!
And
Wow.
she takes it down. Lynn Shipping.
Lynn Shipping maybe taking a little bit of a risk there with that deep throw, but paid off for him.
It did pay off. And that's game. Lynn Shipping wins 6-4.
Well, that was a good tight game.
Yes, it was. It was fun to watch. You really see how the tournament is taking its toll. It's the last game of Saturday for these women, and looks like Lynn Shipping will be advancing to semis.
Well, hopefully now they can get some ice and some food.
And hopefully have a good time at the party this evening. It should be pretty good.
Yeah.
Have some pretty cool facilities here to party in. Some really old, I guess what we call that, a headboard. Like, an old mansion here that's been around forever and ever. Okay, well, we just gotten word that the game is not over yet. It's a game to 7. Well, that is a big change of...
All right, thankfully with some help from the sidelines, we're off.
Well, Copenhagen has won the last too far. Number 11 with almost all of their deep shots. She's got a very fast laser throw there. Seems like on the backhand she's able to put a more float on it, but the forehands have been pretty aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has a very quick release, puts a lot of spin on the disc. Outside, that's going to be...
That's key.
Yeah, it's going to be really good.
Tired teammates just not able to keep up with that on this point of the game.
Yep. A little bit of a violation here.
Lynn Shipping will take it on the line.
Interesting scoring streak for Lynn Shipping as well.
Yeah.
Lynn Shipping doing a nice job of rotating with their cutters downfield.
Reset to the handlers. Freeing up that player 11 who has apparently scored most of their goals this game. She's looking for another advancement up the field.
Calming it down a little bit here.
Holding the disc a bit. Resets to her handler.
Some very nice brace from Lynn Shipping.
And now she's looking for that
Number 11.
score. And then she gets it.
Lynn Shipping really proving that they deserve to win this game, I think.
Absolutely. You know, Copenhagen just had the, again, mental mistakes and really just some throwing errors, unfortunately. Some tired legs. Well, thanks, Andrew, for co-commenting.
Thanks for having me, Ashley. This was
No
a
problem.
really fun time. This is my first time commentating.
You did great. Cool. Sweet.
right, and the game is underway.
Welcome back. Day one, hello Stockholm. We have pre-quarterfinals here. Akka from Sweden against Copenhagen.
Copenhagen Frisbee Club, I believe is their full name.
I think you're correct about that.
Had the chance to play against these guys in our pool play.
How'd that go?
They're a strong team. They've got a lot of athletic guys.
And they managed to take down the first score here. Quick point.
Looks like they're pretty pumped up, ready to play.
Again, this game will determine whether which team will be fighting for the top and which will wind up in the lower bracket for tomorrow. But no matchup against Akka so far.
This actually might not be Akka. I think I was incorrect there. I think it's Estonia.
You're right, isn't it? I'm just going to get a confirmation on that. Correction, we've got the Tallinn Thunder in the blue jerseys here, possession against Copenhagen. Huge D play there.
Really
Looks like
nice
it's
challenge.
a clean defense as well. Again, both teams are fired up for this game. This is a very pivotal game of the tournament. Basically can be the difference between placing first and placing, well, ninth. Oh, a nice read by Copenhagen player, unfazed by the Tallinn defender behind him. Brings the score to 2-0.
Copenhagen, I really think, is trying to fight some of that kind of late in the day tiredness. Bring the energy from the sidelines.
They certainly seem fired up, absolutely, and celebrating those points afterwards. Makes a big difference in these games with not a lot of players. Keep the spirit up. Don't think about how tired you are. Tallinn needing to get this point now, not letting Copenhagen take another break point. Really going to make it hard for themselves to crawl back.
That's one of the big challenges. Not down too much early, and a big shot.
That's a big hammer. Just amazing catch in the end zone. Looking like it was going to be just a bit too far, maybe even out the back, but a fantastic layout by player number 69. Really going to change the pace of this game. I think that was the huge momentum break that they needed.
Yeah, pivotal to respond to Copenhagen's energy.
Absolutely.
With some of their own.
Absolutely.
What an athletic play.
That was a fantastic display of athleticism. Hopefully they can fire up for a break D point here. Tie things back up.
One of the more challenging aspects of playing indoors is defense becomes much more difficult.
Got the disc at about half field now in Copenhagen hands. Reset to the handler, no open shot in the end zone.
Some really active things.
Very active.
Copenhagen.
Puts it in. Copenhagen maintains the lead.
Really nice to see that corner cleared out of players so that can come up diagonally up for the easy put into space.
Absolutely, that open corner there.
A lot of newer teams, inexperienced players forget to clear out of that space, and it's really important to make room over there so people can run into it for an easy throw.
Yep, absolutely. Teams are ready. Here comes the ball. Long loopy ball, gonna land right in the middle of the end zone.
Usually play it off the bounce.
See if they put that long look. They don't.
Copenhagen had the D on there right away, but they were able to get it out of their end zone quickly.
They were. The continuation pass was the got a little stifled though. Both teams playing very aggressive defense. Ooh. And an unfortunate throwaway on the end zone goal line.
Wasn't the score?
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I think that was the score. I had a little bad angle here. Very different circumstances.
A score and looking for quite a few subs from this US
Absolutely.
team.
So the Tallinn Thunder is able to bring it up to 2-3. Advantage Copenhagen.
Team's taking a second to match up here on their defense.
These are the games when you really want to make those smart matches. Takes to the benefit of the team that takes their time setting up those matches. Big break point here for them if they can take this down. Copenhagen taking the long shot in the open corner, and it's taken down by Tallinn player.
Good positioning by Tallinn.
Still in there, defending end zone, dangerous place to be, but they're taking their time. Now they're not. They take a nice long bomb into the end zone, looking like it could be anybody's disc, and it turns out to be nobody's.
Tallinn, the player had position, but he just wasn't able to come down with it.
Almost hung there a little too long.
An impressive full field throw, though.
Absolutely, that was a great. Impressive it didn't go out the back.
Yeah.
Copenhagen with a chance for another break point here.
Copenhagen a little bit clogged here, trying to clear out of the space.
Working it up the line though.
Yeah.
There we go. Get a little space on the field, able to swing it to the other side. Cuts are still favoring the open side. Big swing here, see if they can gain some meters. And a nice clean pass to the middle of the field and an easy flip into the end zone. Copenhagen scores again, bringing the score to 4-2.
Copenhagen player catching his defender a little bit off guard there after his throw. Cut up the line for the score.
Very exciting weekend in Stockholm ultimately here. Again, this is the first time Hello Stockholm indoor tournament has been held, and really the first tournament in Stockholm in quite a long time.
Yeah.
We hosted, the Stockholm Syndromes Club hosted regionals 3 or 4 years ago, I think. That was the last time we had any major tournament action here.
Yeah, there hasn't been an ongoing tournament, a yearly tournament for quite a while, as far as
In
I'm aware.
Sweden in general, really at the moment now we only have Winter Trophy held by Skogshyddan. That's the only active tournament that happens yearly here in Sweden.
But it is one of the oldest, if not the oldest.
I think it could be, yeah, it is one of the oldest indoor tournaments in Europe, as far as I know. Tallinn Thunder working the disc up, a Blady pass that is unable to be caught.
Really had the right idea getting it out into the open part of the field, but just a little too far.
Yeah. costly decision here if Copenhagen is able to convert this point.
Number 60 here from Copenhagen picking up the disc was the MVP from our game.
Some quick reset throws here, working up the open side. And a score on the open side for Copenhagen. Tallinn digging themselves into a bit of a hole here.
Yeah, Copenhagen just looks really explosive on their cuts.
Fired up, absolutely. They have got the speed and they're making smart decisions.
Looks like we might have a timeout here from Tallinn.
Score update 6-2 Copenhagen coming out of the timeout here. Looks like we have a little bit of a score dispute. Yes, correction. It is actually 5-2 Copenhagen. Tallinn coming out of a timeout here, hoping to regain some momentum in this game. They had a huge play, second game of this match, but then they weren't really able to keep that momentum up. Yeah. And Copenhagen really driving home the long throws and really using their speed.
Yeah, it seemed like Tallinn was going to be able to kind of match them point for point, but it hasn't happened that way so far.
Using a very long stack here, wide spacing on the field, trying to take advantage of the spacing on the field here. And they hit it. A really good decision for a score from Tallinn. That is exactly what they wanted coming out of the timeout.
Very nice play.
Probably a string called from that timeout that they decided on.
I would think so.
Very successfully executed.
I would say a good strategy taking that timeout when they did.
Absolutely.
Pretty early in the game still, giving themselves a chance to collect themselves.
Exactly. It's not so advantageous later on in these short games, unless you're really up and you need to save the legs. But that was definitely a good seasoned veteran call.
Now it's up to the D-line or defense.
Yeah, 8 players. I guess there's not really a huge change of offense and defense, but more of an inner shift.
There we go.
They've got some tall players on this team. They should have some pretty good defense possibilities. I know Christian is a big player for them. Really good in the air.
Yeah, and if they can really use their...
And that's a big foot block there. They got a huge play at this stage in the game. This can really change things around for them. And also, you know, a foot block, one of the best feelings in Ultimate, I would say, maybe except for a layout D, really can give a spark here to Tallinn. And it does, and it helps. They score this, take this break score. Tallinn with 4, Copenhagen with 6.
Tallinn really able to turn around quickly after that timeout.
Absolutely, they have the talent on their team. I think really for them, this comes down to a mental game for these guys. Can they match the fire of Copenhagen? I think the experience and the talent is there. Copenhagen shouldn't take this team for granted. Absolutely not.
Which is always something you wonder. did Copenhagen take the lead and let up on the gas a little bit? And just
I don't think so. I think honestly Tallinn has just started using the advantage of the players that they have and the athleticism, you know, that they have.
Absolutely. Copenhagen still in their end zone.
A long pass looking to the last half of the field, and it's defended by Tallinn.
There's the athleticism you're talking about.
Absolutely, that was just basically pure speed and placement, and it helped that he's pretty damn tall too. But a big D play here. Let's see if they can convert this point. That would bring this game almost to a tie. Certainly would keep Tallinn in the game. Telegraphed the pass long, and Copenhagen was just able to shut it down. They're going to have to play some hard defense here, and it looks like Copenhagen was able to convert the point. 6-4 Copenhagen.
That's tough to come so close after that D.
Absolutely, that's a tough mental breaker right there. Copenhagen seems to be a very seasoned, experienced team. Kind of saw that coming, saw the telegraph that he wanted that long forehand pass there, and he was ready for it.
Yeah, that's one of those wily maneuvers where if you can just poach in the space just a little bit, kind of watch where their eyes are going, and sometimes it works out for you that you can get a sneaky D.
Absolutely. And the pull goes off by Copenhagen. And it'll be caught in the Tallinn end zone.
Looking for that first throw.
And it's a long hammer, anybody's disc here, and it's taken down by Tallinn. Very nice play into the end zone and converted the point, bringing the score to 5-7.
Tallinn's height advantage really evident there.
Absolutely, absolutely. They were not afraid to put the throw up. They knew that they could take it down. Copenhagen really feeling the pressure now to really drive home this game. They do not want to trade points for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, at the rate it's going, I'd say this game is still anybody's.
Absolutely. Pretty late in the day on Saturday, but both teams looking like they've got some energy, and they're putting everything they got into this game. We've got a long throw by Copenhagen player, and it's Deed. A Deed by Tallinn Thunder. We'll take it back at the goal line. A slow reset here, give themselves a little chance to get some air back in their lungs, looking for a horizontal setup here, and a long throw off of the horizontal stack right into the end zone, and it is caught for the score. Tallinn brings the score to 6-7 Copenhagen.
Tallinn doing exactly what they need to do to get back in the game quickly.
Taking advantage of their height and their speed, absolutely. Yep. Great athletes on this team. It seems like Copenhagen has, as a team unit, functions very smoothly. Seems like they played a lot together, but Tallinn really has the individual athleticism. Interesting match to see.
So that's the 5-minute mark here. 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes to go with a lead of 1 by Copenhagen. These are the fun games to watch. Absolutely. Copenhagen had taken a bit of a lead in the beginning, but Tallinn not allowing themselves to be shut out of this game.
Fighting hard here. Don't want to leave anything on the field.
Got a little bit of poaching, but otherwise a pretty tight defense by Tallinn. Not going to let this point go off easy. Got a tall matchup in the end zone. Really putting pressure for the handlers to do some work.
Oh, that's a nice, easy break.
Sort of stuck over there on that sideline on the open side. We're gonna have to get a break.
Really being patient though, not forcing anything into those kind of clogged up spaces upfield.
And a very smart timeout by Copenhagen.
Both teams looking physically drained.
Absolutely. But yet still, I don't see anybody letting up on the gas.
Absolutely not.
So Copenhagen's going to come out with an action plan here. Probably going to call some kind of string pull or some sort of set play here. And Tallinn really just looking for smart matchups. Going to put their tall guys in the back. Probably number 69 covering the back of the end zone here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see also who they put on the mark.
Yeah. Although I don't think they can choose. No, in the whiff diff rules, that will be the player that was marking the disc will have to stay.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm not so sure about that now that I think about it. You can get some real confirmation on that.
Coming in now for timeout.
Tallinn coming up with a big defense here, and Copenhagen probably has some plan up their sleeves.
Get it off the line easily. But it looks like their cut didn't quite work out the way they wanted.
They get an easy reset on the side, or maybe not easy, but a well-executed reset on the side. They don't have a lot of space to work with there. And unfortunately, they weren't able to come up with a good pass there.
That's exactly what Tallinn wanted, keep him trapped over there.
Absolutely, to force the panic throw. That was a lot of contact there, but no foul call. Tallinn playing calm, cool, and fierce. They do not want to let go of this possession. They worked hard for that D.
They sure did.
He's got a good lead, and it's easy takedown. Tallinn, big point, a huge swing of the momentum of this game, bringing to a tie at 7.
Or potentially Tallinn leads.
Seven, 6. Copenhagen still leading. Tallinn's going to try to get this break point. And it'll be a brick mark. Copenhagen taking this one.
That's pretty
No,
tough.
not even. Sorry, they're going to walk it in from where the disc went out.
Pretty tough at this point in the game to give up a out-of-bounds pull. But we'll see if they can put on the D.
This is the time just went off. With a tight game. If Tallinn were to make this break point, then we would have a tie, and the game could potentially keep going. A very, very nice D by the skin of their teeth. Tallinn D's the disc and a chance to tie up the game. Big, huge point here. Really exciting to watch.
And they're not wasting any time. Oh.
Maybe not a really well thought through pass there, but
Seemed like a little bit of a miscommunication there.
But at least they've gained the field.
True.
We'll see how Copenhagen responds to this gift. There's a foul call. I think it's an uncontested foul call.
Both teams seeming to have a little bit of trouble getting their undercuts open, but their deep shots are working out.
Oh, and that is a very fortunate mistake for Tallinn. Again, giving them an opportunity to tie things up here.
That looked remarkably similar to some of the plays we saw last game, with kind of that quick release, huck up the line.
Absolutely.
It's a risky pass sometimes.
But it's also very rewarding when it works out.
That's true. High risk, high reward, they say.
Tallinn on their defending line. Indeed, a poach D on the line, and a very easy score for Copenhagen.
That's a little bit of a heartbreaker there for the Tallinn team.
Looks like it will be a game to 8 or game to 9.
And I think first one I think is like kind of.
It looks like we've had some interesting scorekeeping in this game. This is actually universe point here. Game to 8. Huge point. Anybody's game at this point.
One of the really exciting things about Ultimate. Universe points. Whichever team scores wins.
Absolutely do or die, really. Tallinn on the defense had the disadvantage from the get-go. Tallinn with the offense had the disadvantage at the beginning of the game. But seeing if they can regain some dominance.
Showing some restraint there, pulling in the huck.
Yeah, he doesn't want to make the dumb mistakes. He's actually, Christian's a very seasoned player. He wants to do it right. Potential call on the field. Probably discussing a dangerous play there.
Talking it out, and looks like they agree. No foul. Wow. That was the third bid in a row, I think, for Copenhagen.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is do or die. If there's any time to let it all out, it's now. Tallinn really wanting to be smart with the disc here. Making the smart decision to reset the disc, get some new seconds. Playing very, very calmly. Right on the goal line here. A very nice, easy throw into the goal line, and that gives Tallinn Thunder the game.
That was an impressive comeback.
That was an impressive comeback. Like we said, these short games, getting a 2 or 3 point lead in the beginning is really hard to come back from. I think that's really impressive work by Tallinn. Showed some really just impressive athletic, big plays. Big plays of the game. Had some big Ds and some big layouts. And Copenhagen, well, I think they played a more consistent game this whole game. They were overpowered in the end.
Yeah, I think Tallinn knew how to play with the players they have, with the height. Really took advantage of the deep game and came back quickly and took the win.
Yeah, very fun game to watch, definitely. And it looks like Tallinn will advance into the quarterfinals, whereas Copenhagen will be playing in the bottom bracket tomorrow.
Well, I guess we'll be seeing them, the Stockholm Syndromes.
All right.
We'll be seeing Copenhagen again.
again, Andrew. This has been fun.
Thanks, Ashley.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the first quarterfinals. This is Lucky Grass from Russia in black and Seagulls DC in white. The score is 2-0 Lucky Grass right now. It's been some very strong defenses, 2 straight breaks from the Russian team. We've had, first actually at Callahan, as those of you who early saw. Great under D from the Russian team. They've really been coming in hard, challenging everything, giving no resets. Lots of pressure downfield, really pushing the cutters in, closing hard on the disc. Nice flow here from Seagulls, and that was a nice, easy work on the open side. Number 15 in the score. The 2-1 Seagulls, and that was a nice little score there to get a pretty easy one in. Bit of a tough start that's got to help with the confidence. Ball goes to Lucky Grass, work it up to about the brick. Good pressure by Seagulls, and that's a nice 20-yard gainer on the break side. Back to the middle, dump swing. Swings it again. Number 8 in the middle of the field. He's got time. Little cloggy downfield for the Lucky Grass right now. Not getting a lot of space. And tough time getting separation. Force a flick. Oh, that blows high, but he goes up strong. And a nice, easy break side cut. A little confusion on the mark there, it seemed. Mark was forcing backhand, jumped over to the flick side, and it left the break throw wide open. Nice, easy blade into number 8. And that's 3-1. Lucky Grass, their first hold. Kind of hard to see what offense they're running there. It didn't really look like a hoe or a vert. It's kind of a circle, actually. They're trying to run cuts inside, but not able to get space.
Here comes the pull. 3-1 the score. Seagulls receiving deep in their own end zone. And already pressure. A lot of pressure on the disc. That's the third time in a row we've seen a deep pull, and then Seagulls having to complete passes in their own end zone to get out. Lots of pressure downfield. Pinned on the line. Nice little knob. He just went back. On those dumps, you want to try to get it to the middle of the field, and that just went basically straight backwards. Nice round break. Nice job through the field. There's a big hammer. Wide open. Easy score. Nice hammer. That really all came off that nice dump in the swing there. We were able to switch fields, change the angle of attack, and just wide open hammer. To the score now. Team swapping points after 2 early breaks by Lucky Grass. Pull. A little bit on the short side. A nice hang time.
Hi, boy.
Big bit on the throw. 88. Oh, that may go out of bounds. Nice strength in the air. Taps his toe. Defense was quick there to set up the trap. A little bit of contact is the call. Dumps it in. Good patience. Oh, wide open hammer.
Okay. Okay. Och sen så när du pratar så ska vi titta.
Oh, 2 Seagulls players go up. Nice, strong sky. There's the blade, and that's the score. And that is a break. Not sure what happened on that hammer. The look completed over there. There must have been some call to bring it back, but that's actually a break. That is 3-3. Seagulls, the first pull were broken twice. But again, there's no halftime here, so getting the disc early really is a huge advantage. And I've been joined here in the commentator booth by a compatriot here.
Martin Karlsson.
Martin Karlsson has joined the fray. And again, for those of you who are joining in now, my name is Carl Lahnberg. 2 of us will be here for you. Martin, how's the tournament going for you today?
We just had our 3 quarters. I'm playing for Vikrafors D. And we played our 3 quarter against Jupiter from Russia, and we won that by 11-3, I think.
Another strong game by Vikrafors, and a big put just outside the end zone. Number 8 has it. Patience, waiting for his team to catch up. And that's a nice little backhand to the flick side. I like that throw. It's nice, easy to catch. Just sit there. And they hold. Lucky Grass holds to go up 4-3. I think congratulations on your win. I think that's probably your 3rd pretty win of the day, I'm guessing. I know the first win you had was against my team. And you guys absolutely outclassed us. It's a very strong showing. I think it was 11-1 finally. And the scoreboard did not lie. That was about as even as the game was.
So this is the winner of Pool G, right? What game is this?
Lucky Grass has been doing quite well. They're the team in black. I believe they're the Russian champions.
Yep, that's
and
correct.
That is probably them, the winners of Pool G. And then Seagulls, I think, probably the 2-3 winner coming out of there.
I guess Seagulls is the winner of the knockout H2F3.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And a rare poach there by Lucky Grass. They've been playing very tight, Mandy. I only seem to switch. This thing is pretty poachy here, actually.
And actually we have number 1, Joel Högberg, who is one of the main organizers and tournament director for this tournament. Playing for them in their national championships, winning last year.
Was playing for Seagulls?
No,
for Lucky Grass.
Lucky Grass, yes.
Interesting.
He's also been playing for Swedish national team for many, many years, and Stockholm and some other really good teams.
Very cool. Well, I have to say I've been to a number of tournaments in my ultimate career, and this is one of the nicest facilities I've ever seen, and one of the best organized tournaments. I think this is just absolutely stunning. If you don't feel like you can see it very well on the stream here, this is the facility where the Swedish national soccer team trains, and it is absolutely first rate. But what you saw there is you saw Seagulls punch it in, tied at 4. Now Lucky Grass. Nice break coming out, and there's the up line. Oh, and he drops it. Tough start to a great break throw, and then a nice up line cut for number 7. Started looking looking upfield a little before he really reeled it in. Seagulls hit about on the right hand side line. Half court. Oh, that's a bit too far. Lucky Grass setting up an avert. Strong in cut from number 88, wide open. He's looking. He's fake. He's going for the break side hook. 42 has position. Goes up strong. Nice job using the body to ward off the defender. Good extension. What do you think of that put, Martin? Nice throw to the break side, huh?
Really nice, and also that he's not giving any space to his defender, holding all the way down where he can capture himself.
Yeah.
There's no really duel there.
Yeah, he boxed him out very well. Another nice pull by Lucky Grass. They're really getting them deep in the end zone with some nice hang time, and they're getting down, forcing a lot of throws in the end zone by Seagulls. They actually started with a Callahan, which is the first I've seen this tournament.
The guy with it now, Jonathan Sjögren, is one of the most talented players in Sweden. I think he's only 24, 25 years old, but a really, really good player. He was one of the key players when Sweden against Japan in the Worlds 2 years ago.
That's very impressive. The Japanese team has been a powerhouse in international competition for a while. Number 7, guy to keep an eye on. Just made that throw to number 1, who punched it in.
Yep.
Nice work on the open side there. Very patient. Working it down the line. Is he mostly a handler, or is a cutter, or he's doing a little bit of everything there?
He's a cutter. I think he might be handling a little as well in his home team. But outdoors in the national team, he's a cutter, and he has a incredible defense as well. Perfect understanding of the game, and he has great layouts. I hope we can see one of those here.
Crowd does love the layout. We saw a spectacular one in the previous game where Talon Thunder, a guy went full field on the hammer, laid out full extension, made a trailing edge catch. It's a thing of beauty. It was a great play.
Yep.
That is a nice pull going into the flick side corner here.
Away.
They just bounced inside and rolled out. And they'll pick it up in the corner. Oh no, walking up the line. Trapped on the flick side sideline here. Nice in cut. Oh, and there's the break, backhand break. 42, the last one on a backhand break hook, and there it is again. They found something they like here. They fake a flick to the open side. Mark moves over, and that's twice now. They bombed a deep backhand hook on the break side to number 42, who has not really been contested in the air.
Beautiful.
When you're in these conditions with no wind, it's fun as a thrower just to put it out there and let it hang.
You do whatever you want with that disc. So 6-5 now.
Thank you. 6-5 is the score. Lucky Grass still up that one break. They got those too early, even though they started out on D, and that's been the difference so far.
Even though Seagulls are a really good team, I'm surprised they're not down with more than 1 point, especially since Lucky Grass have such a strong team. playing very well.
Big loopy blade, changing fields very nicely. It's a nice flow going down, and there's a big hammer to the brake side. Huge deep number 88. That is a tough read to the brake side, going back, body turned around, got a nice vertical, knocked it down. And that was the player you were telling us about that he made the D on too, number 7.
Yep.
Strong defensive play.
I guess he wanted that disc even further down in the corner in the zone, in the Russian center.
That's a great point. It was a little short. Big put here. Back to number 42. He is their deep threat. Those discs up deep. What did you think of that?
It's a tough situation being the defender, but you have to look at the disc and have confidence, going for the disc, not follow your guy in that situation. And in offense, that was just perfect cut.
I haven't been playing as long as you. I always find there's a hard read when you're cutting and the disc is breaking away from you.
Exactly.
It's going over your head to the other side. To be able to read that well and go up strong is a tough play. He nailed it. Another deep pull. They are just dropping discs in the back of the end zone, forcing some tough plays to get out and get their offense initiated. Now they're back in the end zone again. Good downfield pressure by Lucky Grass. Oh, there's a bid for 10. Sort of one step forward, one step back for the Seagulls here. Nice break. Entirely to reset the disc. Another nice break. They're working it down the brake side here. Couple scuba fakes. Scuba right up. Back to Hammer. There is the
nice
scuba. Great catch. And that was the player, Jonathan, you were telling us about before.
Yep.
Using his body on 42, giving him a taste of his own medicine.
Yep. That means we're up to 7-6 Lucky Grass.
7-6 Lucky Grass. I don't know when this game started, but there can't be too much time left. We're about 15 minutes in. Okay, so we got about 10 more minutes to go. Still time for Seagulls to get that break.
12 minutes. No, sorry, 7 minutes.
7 minutes to go. The rules here are a little different from Outdoor Ultimate. We get a horn at 5 minutes to go. And then when the hard cap horn goes, there. .42 turning Hucker, and
that's not coming back in.
And this could be the break chance that Seagulls need, just right on the cone.
This is the great opportunity for the Seagulls team from Gothenburg, Sweden, to have their break.
Chance to punch it in. Only needs to go a few centimeters. And who's going to pick up? Is it going to be Jonathan, or is he going to look to cut? He's looking to cut.
They'll put it to Lucas Josefsson.
Thinking they'll go ISO here? Does look like a bit of an ISO play here. You've got 3 handlers back, 2 men in the end zone. Hammer fake, swing in it, around. Oh, it's a bit long. Nope, he gets it. Nice and easy. Strong mark, nothing upfield allowed. It's a nice upline cut. Bring it back. Little contact on the mark there. Strong
count.
Yeah. It's a strong mark by number 42. He went to the 360 all the way around him, cutting up the dump and the upline. Nice throw. And there it is. Nice and chilly. That is a break. And we are back at 7s.
And a blade. Swedish blade.
Classic indoor blade. Someone who played in the U.S. outdoor mostly. It's been a learning experience for me coming and that is the final horn. So this point is technically started. So there will be at least one more point after this one.
That's the final horn?
That is the final horn, I believe. Oh no, that's 5 minutes. Sorry, I misspoke. That is 5 minutes horn. Okay, so there's plenty of time left.
exciting game. Could go either way.
But you made a great point. I've been impressed by the Seagulls. Rushing tall grass came out, got 2 breaks very easily, very early, and I thought this was going to be a blowout. And give credit to Seagulls. They've been able to punch it on O, and they've made some nice breaks on D. So.
And they're still a young team. I've been following them since they started. It's not that many years ago. Was an old player, Tommy Bloom, who started a junior team, and then they kept playing. And step by step, they have been going into the senior ultimate. I expected the score there, but
yeah, that was nice downfield D.
Yeah.
Tallgrass really had a couple nice inside-out backhand breaks to move it down this far, but Seagulls have shut the door on the mark a little bit. Nice downfield D.
Dangerous.
Looking to hammer. Oh, there's the blade. Wide open, and there's an ISO in the end zone. Oh, throw it up. No. Oh, huge.
There's
spin. There's the layout we were looking for. That was spectacular.
That might be changing this game.
That was huge. He's going to put him up, and this gives him a break chance now. Gives him a break chance, a little bit of momentum. Halfway down the field, and that's been pretty easy. There's been a little bit of approaching here.
Now they just need to work it in. Keep running.
Tallgrass is not giving nearly the same amount of downfield pressure on the in-cuts as they were at the start of the game.
Lucky Grass looks pretty tired.
They do look tired. I completely agree.
Oh my God, keeping it in.
He's in bounds.
It's still alive.
Nice blades to the open side, change the field, and there was a cut, wide open. Nice mark by 42 to stop that break throw.
Watch out, there will be
that's a poach, and that's great D. He wasn't a poach, but he did a great job getting under. There's the break side throw, and that's going to put it in. Tough turn for Seagulls. They were threatening, and then great play by Joel Högberg to really dive under on the cut. 2 quick throws later, 2 break throws later, and that is the score.
What a hat.
There's going to be a timeout. Tallgrass is taking a timeout. I got to say, Martin, I'm not a fan of these timeouts. You've had the last horn go. You're up by 1, and you're going to call a timeout. I say you got to let these games are so short. You got to keep playing.
Yep. You're not allowed to take a timeout after the time cap, but they actually have 1 minute 30 seconds left. So that's, I would say that's the tactical timeout in
absolutely.
In 2 ways.
Being up as well.
Yep.
But like I said, I'm not a fan of the timeout. I'm even less a fan of something that my team did on the last game where we were down and took a timeout with a minute to go.
Okay.
Don't know what the thinking there was.
But you were down 3 points. Less than 3, I hope.
We were down 2 points,
okay.
Which was not the wisest. And then coming out of the timeout, we threw a hammer on stall 2 right into the middle of the sack. It was not a great play. So we turned it over, and then the horn went right after that, and they scored, and game over.
And also the Russians have a girl in their open team here, but she is very, very good, so I wouldn't say that's affecting their game in a negative way. She's actually a really good player and could do any kind of play in their offense. So
that is a great point. That is a great point. You know, you would have thought, you might have thought you would have noticed, but that has not been the case at all. And actually, there's been a couple times she's been laying a great mark on and being a nice part of that D.
The pull going out of bounds.
It's going to be a brick, and this would be a nice play, a nice move if Seagulls can punch this in quickly before the horn sounds. Tie it up and give us a game to 9. Let's see what they do here if they try to be patient and work it down. I guess they do just need to put it in. It doesn't really matter how quickly they do it. And that is the horn. There it goes. And that is not going to come in unless it's great. And Tallgrass making sure. Going out and spiking that D down.
Lucky Grass being lucky.
Absolutely. That's a smart play on their part. They're trading off field position. If you hadn't touched it, it would have come up back up here. But no point in risking it.
Exactly.
Oh, and there's a call on the throw.
Really?
It's coming back. Seagulls getting another chance. Good spirit here. Foul's not contested, stall 0. Tight mark. Upline cut, not there. Oh, and he goes back.
Pushing
Call
or
for a
something.
push-off. First, I think he could have called this space there. He was right on him. See if you see another tight mark here again. Oh, full break.
Taking a little risk there. You will trying to take away
On the
everything.
strike mark, yeah.
Something
Oh,
that's a
that
foul or
sounded like there was skin on skin, but did it
Yep.
happen before or after the throw?
I totally
is the question. It's a little slap sound to my ears.
Yeah.
Coming back, counter 0. Good spirit again. A tight game, you like to see this. Right?
Look at
That's
their
one thing.
defense positions. Right there.
Got a big cut going. Oh, and that is, oh, nice. He by 8 and twice. Making sure again. That's smart defense. 2 smart defensive plays by 88 to make
I think that was
no
the
time.
second one by the number 88.
And that is the goal. And I think that is the game. No, game to 10. I stand corrected again on the score here.
So 9-7.
9-7 lucky grasp, but this is going to be a tough one for Seagulls to come back. They need a score here and then 2 breaks to win it. A huge defensive series by number 88. 2 separate plays making these near the end zone or in the end zone. I think it was number 8 who picked up. It's wasted no time throwing a perfect hook to a sweeping cutter. And Seagulls must have felt a little on that hook, on that deep cut. Another nice put, and the defense charging down hard. Really making him work to leave the own end zone. 3 throws in their own end zone. Nice IO. Oh, but he left it 2 inside. Number 42 gets it. And lucky grass ended right here. Oh, no, too high. A little too bladey on that high release backhand. Could have put his face in the back corner and had people run onto it, but caught an edge and just turned.
Too many options.
Too many choices. That's right. That's the hardest thing is what throw not to make, what throw to make, and then you make it when you shouldn't.
So the Seagulls, they have to score now. And if they don't, they're going to lose this game.
Some nice handler movement here, really running a bit of a weave, and that is a nice round break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are seeing Uppsala from Sweden in blue and Primavera in red from Holland. Uppsala is up 1 blocks. So Uppsala holding despite being hand blocked pretty early. And that hammer was quite short and not really a threat to be completed at all. Chance for Uppsala to break here early. Swinging around, changing the field. Oh, two people go down, a little bit of contact there. I think his feet got some tangled. And we're gonna have a little bit of a stoppage here. Number 1 had a hard fall in an earlier game where she caught a patch of concrete with her knee. She is hobbling. I saw Primavera play earlier. They're a very tough team, but number 1 is going to be a tough loss. She was one of their best defenders, running all over the place, making some nice Ds. Big cutter on offense, and that's going to hurt. This comes back in with number 3, replacing number 1 in the middle of the field. 29 clears out. Oh, no, she doesn't. She comes back. It's break side. Not there. Big throw to number 5, who goes up strong and gets it. Nice put by number 3. Nice bending forehand to the open side. Pretty easy catch. I believe this is still one of the quarterfinals in the winner's bracket here. Big pull by Uppsala, nice hang time. Dropping just inside the end zone line on the flick side. A little bit of poaching here from Uppsala's handler defenders. Nice hammer in the middle of the field. Nice upline cut by number 19. She was a weapon in the game I saw as well. Lots of scores from her. Playing behind the disc now. There's 17. Nice, easy open side cut. Nice flow from Primavera on that one to hold after a break last time. Players to watch here on Primavera. Again, number 19, both with the disc in her hands and downfield. Number 1 who went out but is now walking around, hopefully trying to get back in there soon. Another strong downfield threat. Number 14 and number 3, some of their bigger throwers. I've not seen Uppsala yet today, but not wasting no time, going big, playing on his position, and that is easy. Pretty throw. Nice floaty high backhand. Nice and to the break side. Nice blade. Flick to the break side. Immediate cut deep, and just a nice put to space by number 29. So Uppsala holds, and that is 4-3. Always nice when you can score in 3 throws. Save your legs on O, got to use them again on D. Another high, big, deep pull here from Uppsala. Still in the end zone by about the reverse brick mark is number 3. Looking hammer, nope, pulls it down, goes to the backhand. Working it down the line here, 19-17. Trapped on the line, looking to put it back, and that may be too long. Oh, big bid by number 3 to get to that. I thought it was going to be out of. That's a great play. Horse is still backhand. Get it to the field. 19-17. We've seen that a couple times. 27 has it. She goes break with the around flick, and that is a great throw. It's a great throw. Mark was playing her tight. She just leaned out a little bit, put her arm right around her, and dropped it over the top. It's a pretty quick hold there by Primavera, but some closer calls than you'd like to see. That was a great layout by number 3 to save that little break mark dump there. Just outside the end zone. Forces flick. Nice little inside around break there. Another break to get it to the center of the field. Looking dump, it's not there. And that's a bit of a prayer. Just threw that one away early in the stall count. That was a little bit of impatience there. Primavera with a chance to break and take the lead. And there's the disc. Big put to number 1. Turning under it, but no, never got position. Great cut by 1. It's tough when you're trailing by that much on defense because you really have to put your head down and try to catch up with your person. And as a result, kind of lose sight of the disc, and it's hard to get your head back around and make a play on it. There's not enough time for number 5 there. Too much of a head start. Pretty easy score. So that was a break, and I think that puts Primavera up 5-4. And that's going to be a break. Uppsala going to try to reestablish some flow here on offense. After a bit of a rush on that last possession that led to an early turn. This is in, straight up mark. Still marking straight up. Really trying to take away that. Oh, and that's a piece. That's what you get with the straight up mark. Nice D. 17 with the hand block and 19 finishing it off. Number 3 wastes no time putting it to 19 for the bookends. She got the D and caught the score. And that is a huge break. 2 in a row. A little bit of impatience again from Uppsala here. The last throw they rushed to pass the middle of the field to someone who's not covered. Here Primavera is showing them the flat mark, really designed to take away the deep throws, and they try to throw deep, get a piece of it on the hand block and knock it down. So a little bit of impatience here by Uppsala. They are a young team. You wonder if that's a factor. 2 straight breaks for Primavera to open up a 6-4 lead. Center to the flick side. 29 has it. She seems to be one of the bigger throwers. Not like what she saw there. Over to the flick side. 25. A lot of pressure on the arc by 24. Oh, and that's a... Oh, she got it. She got it. You don't see that often. The D had it pressed against her body, but number 25 picked it up, immediately puts it down 29 for the score. Lucky break there, but they took advantage of it. That really was a strange play. This was floating around, and it was number 3 against number 3. This was jammed on number 3 for Primavera's body, and the Uppsala number 3 just picked it right off, went deep right away, in for the score of the hold. And that's 6-5 Uppsala. I'm sorry, Primavera now. That's a big hold for Uppsala. They needed that after 2 straight breaks. Let's see if they can get one back here and bring it back to a tie. Pole's going to be a little bit shorter, and it's just imbalanced on the flick side. Nice center to number 14. Roll inside flick. Work it over in the backhand, and that's a nice floating pull to space. Great D by number 3. 2 big plays in a row. Going up strong and denying what looked like it could be a nice, easy floaty throw into the end zone. There's a chance for that break, but they're going to have to go the length of the field, taking it in on the corner. It's a tough spot. The mark is flicked, and she's looking big. She's bombing it. It's OB right now, but it will come back in. 29 goes up strong, but can't get there. Great position by 19, and she held her off with her body. Pick up the disc right away, going down the backhand side. Number 14 with a great throw. As a lefty, what would be a backhand for a right-hander. She was able to step out, put a nice bendy throw into space. Number 17 ran right. Oh, number 17 ran right onto it. So Primavera hold, and that was big. Cutting off any hopes of a Uppsala run here. See a lot of hands on the hips on the Uppsala sideline here. Are they getting tired? Do they have enough energy for to make a run into this game? '17, nice floaty pull, flick side. Working it down the line, number 8. She goes down the line to number 29. There is a deep cut, but she looks it off. Really jammed down. Oh, now she goes back to number 19. And she's got space, and she catches it. 4 straight flick throws down the sideline there. That can be a recipe for... That's some tough offense there, but they were able to make it work. Nice put by 29. Right to her person in the back of the end zone. Is rejoining me after tending to the poor and sick here earlier. Not only is he a tournament organizer and a good ultimate player, he is also a doctor. Man of many talents. Here comes the pull.
Just a few fractures and stuff.
There you go. Nothing to smile and a little kiss can't fix.
So
Primavera swing it. Oh, nice bid by 25.
Nice bid.
Looking big. Dropped it over the top. That is pretty, and she is in. Very quick.
You hate that as a defender. It's like so close, but you still can't reach it.
Yeah, and that's the tough part. You really, especially if you lay out behind someone and don't get it, they look upfield. no mark. It's a pretty easy throw. It's a high risk, high reward move there.
So what's the
Primavera
score?
holds
It's-
again. I think it is 6-8 Primavera.
Du tar bort din fot. 8-6.
Yep. Primavera holds for 8-6. Sigtuna started out strong, Martin, but then Primavera went on a nice run and got 3 straight points in
This
2
is
breaks.
Uppsala, right?
This is Uppsala, sorry,
Yeah.
not Sigtuna, you're right.
Yeah. And this is a
Dutch team.
Dutch team,
Primavera,
yeah.
yep. Pull goes to the middle of the end zone. And they work it back out very quickly. That is a low throw, but 19 gets to it. She's looking big, but holsters it.
She's faking big.
Number 3 is all business looking big to 29. Looks like she has position, and there it is.
It's a good reading of the disc.
That was a good read. Oh, but it looks like there's a call. If it's coming back, it's going to be a travel call.
Offense.
Or offensive foul. I guess it could be that too.
Otherwise, that would have been a score.
It could have been travel though too, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's see what the call is here. Let's see what it comes in at. Comes in on 0, which is unusual. Maybe a little bit of a blown rules
the game
thing there,
didn't
but
stop.
yeah.
She's still through.
Oh,
There's a
tough
turn.
break. And after 29, made that great catch in the end zone. It's a bit of a drop on an undercut here. They're running the 3-1-1 again. They did this at Primaveras. They did this before with 2 of their big cutters. Stopped a little bit there, lost the flow, but see if they can bring it back. 17, middle of the field of the disc. It's looking a little cloggy, but trying to reestablish. Not a lot doing there. High release number 17, who has pace, but nothing downfield. Oh, now number 1 is open, but she's not seen. 19 has it, 1 is open, and there it is. And I am going to go play a game of my own here. So I will hand over these reins to the very capable Martin, who will shepherd you through the rest of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Before you leave, do you know the name of the Dutch team?
Primavera
Primavera.
is their name.
So let's throw this in. Thank you. S1 eller P2. Står det där. Jag tror att Uppsala är S1. Vänta, S. Uppsala S1. Ja. Så borde det väl gå. Har de förlängt då? Kör de längre tid eller? So here we go again. After the timeout, Uppsala in position with some nice blades scoring. But Primavera still has 9-7. And we just had a time cap there, so this game will be played to 10. So last point, if Primavera scores here, And this is the quarter number 3. So Primavera with the disc in the middle of the field. Some short passes. Dump. Back to the sideline and a nice blade. And the score. So that means that the Dutch team, Primavera, is semi-final. But we don't know against what team yet. And Uppsala will play for place 5 to 8. Next game coming up is an open game. 2 Swedish teams. Linköping against Uppsala. So we're back from Field 1, first day. Hello Stockholm, and we are looking at KFUM Linköping against Uppsala, two Swedish teams, and I'm here with Lars again. Hello Lars, how are you doing?
I'm good. Gonna see if we can first quarter in the 9 to 16 bracket going, and looks like Linköping is starting off on offense, moving pretty patiently, but now they just went for a bomb, which is just slightly long. See if I can convert on this D opportunity.
And actually this Linköping team, or the club, is my my old club. I was so...
and they go for the bomb immediately to Oscar, but looks like it got picked up with a good read.
Fast score by Uppsala.
Yeah, by number 20. And they're on the board already. So they got a quick break for Uppsala to go up in this bracket's first game.
Looked like the Linköping guys didn't realize the game was on again.
It's tough to have this last quarter of the day before the party. Everybody's focusing on that. He's trying to get some frisbee in before things. Yeah, really serious. And
now
a
we
good
have
in-cut from
Klaus Darving with the disc, number 10.
Finds another undercut. Looks like Uppsala is really forcing people under. Just don't want to get beat deep. An aggressive shot to the end zone, and Klaus is able to get it. Really tight throw there, but works out to get Linköping on the board, and we're at 1-1.
I think number 10, Klaus Darving in Linköping is one of the guys we should look out for, and in Uppsala that would be Erik Thelin. We'll see his number when he turns around.
6, I'm sure. But both of them very experienced players, have been a big part of Swedish Ultimate for a while, and are really working with these different clubs to bring up a lot of younger players. Yeah, it's really wonderful to see.
Out of bounds.
Pull is just barely out.
Yeah.
And Uppsala would take it at the brick. Quick movement from Uppsala.
Number 23.
And a nice hammer to seal off that very clean O-point.
Yeah.
Really well spaced.
Throw from number 23, Kalle Tegenfeldt. So 2-1 Uppsala.
And here comes the pull from Uppsala. Erik pulling. And a nice deep pull that leaves Linköping in their end zone. Just a slight misread there by Linköping will give Uppsala a chance at another break. See if they can capitalize and get going in this game early. With these short games, it's really only takes a few breaks before all of a sudden the game is in control. foul called by Erik Thelin. Just a quick stoppage, and the disc is tapped in.
Oh.
And
One,
a good
one
read.
nice, yeah.
Gives Uppsala the break and a 3-1 lead.
It's a nice grab. So Linköping's setting up their O-line now.
Another big pull from Thelin here. And it lands right in the middle of the end zone as well. But Linköping is able to get it out quickly. And deep shot to Klaus. We'll see, he's got 2 defenders on him.
Yeah, right in between 2 defenders, that's mission impossible.
That's a tough
one edge shorter.
So Uppsala's got a chance now at another break. Almost a hand block there, and a sharp blade to Thelin, who resets the disc to number 9. They're getting easy breaks, Uppsala. Oh, and a nice grab.
Nice grab.
Number 23.
Kalle Tegenfeldt.
So Uppsala does get that break and jumps out to a quick 4-1 lead.
Looks like Linköping need more options in their offense and some more patience with the disc.
Another big pull.
It's Joel Stenberg in Linköping receiving that pull.
And some good early movement by Linköping. See if they can put things together.
Midfield.
Getting the break side pretty easily here against Uppsala.
Now Robin Wallin with the disc. Puts up a big
loopy
blade.
throw.
Oh.
Oh, and Thelin is just too tall again.
Floating too long in the air. This young talented player, number 4 with the disc there, is named Sebastian. He gets it back from Erik Thelin, the captain of Uppsala.
And a really static offense right now from Uppsala. I think all these D points are getting them tired, but they still continue to be able to read the disc well, and it's paying off big time. So they go up 5-1. Linköping takes a timeout to try and sort out their offense, get things back on track. I think that's the right call. With these short games, you don't have a lot of time to sort of ride things out and try to get the offense running smoothly. Taking a timeout is a good choice.
I think I'm going to go over there and have listen to what they're saying, and I can tell you later.
Great. So it's just a quick timeout here. Only 1 minute because of the short games, and only 1 per team. So we'll see if Linköping can just refocus and pull themselves back into this game. Right now, Uppsala is, with a couple of good reads and strong defensive plays by Thelin, just pulled ahead really quickly. So we'll see coming out of the timeout who responds best.
So basically what Linköping was saying in that timeout was that this is the last game they have today, and they need to go 100%, reload, and throw less floaty blades and hammers. Even though that was another blade.
Yeah, another aggressive throw that
actually couldn't really reach.
Nice layout by the player, but it's really tough to catch a blade like that when you're laying out full extension. Uppsala with a little bit of an isolation play there as their first play, and having some trouble with their continuations, although they do get it upfield. Get another dump off and move it up to Sebastian again. And tight defense by Linköping, but Uppsala is still getting those breaks and those resets as they look for another break, but it's just a little bit too far and gets D'd by Linköping. So we'll see if Linköping can get their offense back in rhythm. So they walk the disc up to the line here. It's checked in. And get a good first cut. And a deep shot to number 49. It's floating a little bit. Ooh, and a good D by Sebastian means that this point will go another round as Uppsala looks to get yet another break here. Both teams with a little bit of stagnant offense. It's always tough that last game of the day, especially when you're in the bottom bracket, just to, you know, get your head right and sort of push through with your legs. It's been a long day here for everyone. As Uppsala gets started with a
nice little scuba there.
Yeah, a quick scuba, and foul is called immediately, as everybody else will reset downfield. And the deck. And yet another foul. Klaus really doesn't want to get broken. Uppsala moving the disc up slowly. Ooh, and a close pass on the line gives Linköping another chance here. Ooh, and a miscommunication gives Uppsala the disc right back as Linköping is not really able to regain their focus as much as they would like. And it looks like we have another call here on the disc. Some sort of foul or contact. And now we're back in. Ooh. And I don't think there's a call on that one, which means that is a turnover. Or is it coming back?
Yeah, that's a call.
Yeah. Looks like then maybe an uncontested foul. We'll be going directly back. Ooh, and a miscommunication from Uppsala. Leaves
can do something about this now. I think they have this. This is their third chance.
Yeah.
During this point.
Yeah, they're coming down now, so
there's not a call on the disc. The disc defense. So tough marking, huh?
Yeah, it looks like both of these teams, sometimes when you're a little bit tired for the running, you try to close things down with the mark, but that was a really close.
That blade was actually within reach.
Yeah.
but still very high, and Claes Darwin couldn't really get the
As
grab.
Uppsala goes for another bomb with,
Nice D by Linköping.
good D, and this point just one end for either team. In a tournament like this with, you know, with only 8 players allowed and some teams with even less than that, these sorts of points can really take it out of you, because you know that at least 2 of those players that are on right now have to stay on for the next point, as a smart blade gives Linköping another shot, and they finally close this point off and get a second point here, so it's 5-2 Uppsala. Really long
points that you really want to win.
But it's the last game of the day. Nobody wants to give an inch, so we'll see. See both teams digging in deep, and of course, those long points, even if Linköping scores them, lean to Uppsala's favor, since they have a couple points already that they were able to rack up quickly in the beginning.
I think Uppsala looks more tired now, and I think this is the kind of
although again
just
with
as I was saying it,
the height advantage and the ability to read those discs pays off again, as number 9.
He actually had 2 defenders within a couple of meters there. And
not a great
take it on comfortable.
Not a great choice unless you have somebody that's as tall as he is.
Yep.
If you got someone who's over 2 meters, then maybe that's not a 50-50 throw. It's more of a 70-30.
Yep.
You feel more comfortable putting it up.
Yep.
And as the defenders converged, Uppsala was able to get an easy score right afterwards. So it worked out well.
So Lars, you're going to play the quarterfinal?
Yeah, as are you.
But you're on different teams. You're on one of the Vikafors teams, and I'm on the other. And do you know what team you're going to play in your quarter?
I think that it's Frövi.
Another Swedish team?
Yeah, another Swedish team that narrowly beat Örebro in their pre-quarter game. It was really, really tight. Came down to the last point. So hopefully they're tired. And here we see Linköping right on the doorstep. We'll see if they can play safe, and looks like they have a pretty easy goal there. And they're able to get a break or get an offensive point, and 6-3 is our score, I think.
That's correct. Lars, I think I need to leave you, and I think you have to leave yourself pretty soon. We're going to be replaced eventually by Nadia, taking over here, commenting.
Yeah. So we're going to go warm up, and we will hopefully hand you over to Nadia within a couple minutes here. She should be coming really, really soon.
And after this game, we're going to have one of the quarterfinals. It's actually my team playing against, I think that will be Latvian Salaspils versus Vikafors D. But I'm not sure. We'll have to double check that.
As Uppsala gets another blade score, just as the time looks like it's closing out here.
Hello everyone, it's Nadia here, and we continue the translation from the Hello Stockholm indoor fields. And 5 minutes left before the end of the game. It's 7-3. And it's Uppsala in the lead. And Chopin is trying to move the disc. Looks like that players are tired. Not that much running is happening on the field. And Chopin puts the disc into the end zone. 7-3. And Uppsala will start with offense. Oh, there was a contest. Was it a foul called? I didn't really notice what has happened. So Linköping will restart their offense.
Martin, hjälp honom! Martin, hjälp honom!
Difficult to find a player to put the disc to, but hammer across reaches. Linköping player number 6.
Hur går det, Magnus?
Linköping is pulling the disc. And Uppsala is starting from the break. (7-4). One of the last offense probably we see. And it's a deep throw. And it's misread by their long of Uppsala, player number 4. But we can see that foul is called. And this goes back. This goes back to Uppsala. They will restart their offense. One break, and here we go. Disc is in the end zone. 8-4. Uppsala is in a solid lead. Uppsala is coming with the pool. You can see, dear spectators, that both teams are pretty tired. They're almost walking at the field, breathing hard. Nice forehand, and then backhand, put into the space. And player number 27 from Linköping makes the score 8-5. Are we going to have a comeback of Linköping club? Or will Uppsala take theirs and finish this game by winning it? So the time is over. We are going to finish this point, and then we will add one score to the leading number. Uppsala will start their offense from the break point. And you can see that they set up the stack with 2 players in the end zone and 1 in the middle, so that he has all the space to work it out for himself. A long pass across the field. Uppsala is communicating very well, but very nice D performed by Linköping, player number 6. So it's a turnover, and Linköping has their chance to get back into this game. As fast given goes. And it's a brilliant forehand, goes into the space, into the hands of player number 10 of Linköping Ultimate Club. And our score is right now 8-6, and game continues to 9 points. So if Linköping get this D, make a turnover, we're gonna have chance to see a tight final points at this game. Uppsala is on offense. Looks like the foul was called. Offensive foul. Players trying to sort it out. And game continues. Hammer across the field, long and nice one, right into the hands of player number 14. And game is over. What? It's all right, game is over. Looks like no one is seriously injured. And the final score is 9-6 in this game, with Uppsala winning it. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are really happy to welcome you to the last game of the first day of Hello Stockholm tournament. We are still here at Busan Arena, and the game is going to be great. It's a quarterfinal, and we are having here one of the strongest teams of the tournament, coming all the way from France, French connection, facing the Stockholm leading team. Actually, Stockholm, Vikafors, it's a little village in the middle of nowhere in Sweden. Nevertheless, almost all the players right now are living and practicing in Stockholm, and 80% of them are members of the national Swedish team. The game is going to be great. I have a co-partner here, French lady, who joined me to comment the game, and she's going to support and give us a bit of more background of the French players and some interesting facts about the guys.
With pleasure.
So I hope you hear us well. And we are starting with the French connection pulling the disc. So Vikafors is on offense. High speeds from the very beginning. Anders Dahlberg goes deep, number 17, and gets it. So the score is open. It's 1-0 to Vikafors. Let's see what French connection has to answer to this pretty fast and intense offense. We have 5 players on each side, they're ready. Vikafors is gonna pull the disc. Looks like it's a man-man defense played by Vikafors. Number 33 is getting the disc, to number 24. They send it back, working out through the handlers, smooth and easy. They don't need to rush it, they want to find their game. Was it foul called or a pick? I didn't really notice, but game restarts. Nas is cleaning the space, and number 5 reset the stall count. Brilliant, brilliant hammer all the way through the middle of the field, right in Nas' hands. So let me see who was that. Number 5 assisting in the score, and I actually don't have the name.
And Nasser.
So Chris.
It was Chris on Nasser.
A brilliant pass from Chris. Can you tell us about this player? He seemed to be a very experienced guy.
Yes, they have been playing since a long, long time from Paris, so the French capital.
Okay, so he's the core of the French connection team.
And some of them are in the national French team.
Obviously, I recognize several faces. French connection is pulling the disc. Lands at the end zone, and Vikafors have to work it out from there. Hug going sent by Patrick to Anders again. A bit of misreading and nice defense from a player number 20 who made the offensive player of Vikafors worried and didn't get the disc, which seemed to be already in his hand. So we have an opportunity for the break here, and French connection is going to work it out. They play from the horizontal stack. Nice grab, long hug, brilliant catch, nice opportunity for the defense from Anders Dahlberg. Reset through the handler. Are there good options? Vikafors is really intense on this defense. But then it was an easy score, and again assisted by number 5.
Chris on Alban.
So experience decides in the games of that level. This is when it is actually extremely important to be patient, to value all the discs. And we can see that Chris is taking the best decision, and it makes it 2-1 to French Connection. So Vika Force is on offense. Nas is pulling the disc with the flick throw. Patrick with the disc, want to send it deep. No, decides to send it to U1, number 4. They're resetting, hammer across into the space in the hands of Martin Carlson, and then brilliant forehand right into the hands of U1. Those guys have been playing with each other many, many years on the club level, and they're national, international, national tournaments. So they have a good communication with each other. They know exactly what to expect from each other. And Martin makes it even for Vika Force D. It's 2-2. And we are waiting for French Connection offense. Can you tell us more about number 20? I recognize the face. I think he's one of the leaders in
Chris? Yes.
His name is also Chris.
No, 20.
Number 20. So number 20 name is Jouard. This sends it deep. Will it reach? Perfect pass, and it was spectacularly out
From Albon.
from Albon, number 21, if I can see right, or 24, no. Yes, number 21, Albon Villaseca. Which makes it 3-2. Number 33 made an assist. 33. I'm pretty sure, dear spectators, that you are very well known, the number 33 player, Nas, who came from Switzerland and strengthened the French Connection team this year. Really strong player, very competitive and highly spirited. We're really happy to host him and his family in Stockholm. Let's see what's going to happen on the field. Anders Dahlberg takes the discs, brings it to the brick point. Everything is set, horizontal stack. And Vika Force is ready. Working down through the open space. Center the disc. Intense mark. But then it reaches Martin right at the beginning of the end zone with a very fast forehand sent by Patrick. Martin Lua scores the 3rd score for Vika Force. And it's even 3-3. Both teams seem to be confident. Vika Force is the disc. Chris number 5 is taking it. Vika Force staying man-man defense. First forehand. Right into the hands of number 5. Chris from French Connection, with Nasser assisting the score.
Nasser knows the French Connection team since a long time because he was playing in Paris too.
And Nasser is coming from Paris, correct?
Yes.
I think his mom is still living there, or someone from his family, I'm not sure.
Maybe, yes. He had been playing with a team called UV.
Yeah, this guy has a lot of experience with the best European clubs. and not only. He is well known across the ocean too. French connection is pulling the disc. Nice pull, landing right into the hands of Vika Force handler. They send to the disc. Patrick wants to send it deep. No really good options. Worked it out with his handler. Give and go. No, there is no good deep option. And here it is. Nice catch performed by number 28 of Vika Force, Martin Boomer. Assisted by Patrick Sandqvist, number 26. Which makes the score in the game 4-4. So this is how it's gonna be. It's gonna be even. We want it to be even. We want it to be tight. We want our nerves to shake. And these two teams can definitely bring us this pleasure. Vika Force is pulling the disc. Again, landing perfectly at the end zone of French connection. Handlers work it out. Almost an interception by Patrick Sandqvist. French team is working it out. There was a stoppage in the game. Some kind of discussion. And players need to work it out now. You have a great picture, and once again I want to thank our camera crew and register of the translation. The guys have really done a great job and bring these moments of ultimate into your screens whenever you are. French connection, working on their offense. Chris with the disc, dumping it on us. Travel called. And looks like there was a travel there. So, now stoppage in the game. They continue. Chris has difficulties in resetting, and Anders almost had a D, but then Nas read it better. He's with the disc, moving it out, running for give and go, fast give and go. Really nice running. Nas is taking it easy, he's calm, he knows what he wants. And it's a score, and again, Nasser assisting to Christoph, which makes it 5-4. And we're expecting to have intense offense executed by Vika Force guys to make it even. In this first edition of Hello Stockholm, we are hosting 3 French teams in total, correct?
No, 4.
Even 4?
Yes.
Yeah, true, because we have 2 in the open division. So this is French connection and Lille. Was it Lille Puck? Team Space Balls comes from France. Okay, I didn't realize that. Great. And then we have 2 teams on the women's side, so it's Genesis.
Lilliput and Genesis.
And Genesis, great. Genesis is coming from Paris, right?
It's a pickup from everywhere in
Okay,
France.
okay, so you can say it's like all the girls gathered and... Alright, in the meantime, we have a D there performed by French Connection, player number 21, Alban. Will we have a break? That's interesting. So 4 French teams traveled all the way to Stockholm Weather is nice. Definitely it's not as warm as in France this time of the year, but I hope that the French players are really enjoying the Swedish environment and
Yes, of course. And the weather is really good.
yeah, having great experience. It was a long sport to player number 21. No, it was actually player number 24, 20. And it's a break, and it makes it 6-4, and now Vika Forge has to catch up. Has to come back into this game and put pressure on French Connection if they want to win and qualify further. One mistake at the game of that level can cost a lot to the team. So Christoph is pulling the disc. Vika Forge is receiving. Martin Carlson to pair. Player number 22. Again, pair is setting. Here's Martin Carlson again. Patrick Sandqvist. They work it smooth and easy. Anders Dahlberg. Again through Patrick. They don't need to rush. And here it is. Patrick Sandqvist to Per Larsson. And it's 6-5. French Connection is still in the lead. When players are passing by, you can see that they're actually tired. Though when they are on the field, we as spectators don't feel it. So those guys are really getting double hearts and triple muscles. Looking at the Vika Force line, you can see that they have tall players in the line. The French team doesn't seem to have too many tall players, though they are very precise in their passes. Nasser is moving the disc to the center. Will we have a deep throw? No! And it's a deep thrown by Vika Force player 28, Martin Buchmark. As far as I know, Martin is not that old, but he gained a lot of experience by traveling with his team and participating in many European tournaments and battles. So, without having many years in his ID, he plays as much as well as the players with 50 years experience of the ultimate. Vika Force has an opportunity for the break. They have chance to make it even. Let's see how they will work it out. Probably they're gonna to the strategy of being patient, moving the disc like we saw in the previous point. It worked very well for them. Game was stopped. It was a big hold. Goes back to the sideline to the player number 12, Kim Moody. Who centers it, sends it to Anders Dahlberg. Johan Lennartsson. We didn't really see Johan skying that many points in this game. French Connection put good defenders on him because normally this guy are very much visible, scoring at the end zone. Now he has to work it hard in the middle, help to his teammates. He went deep, nice connection with his teammate Anders Dahlberg, and it's a score, and it's even, and it's 6-6. Vika Force is back into the game, bringing us these pleasurable moments. So Johan and Anders coming from the same little town called Esbyn, somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Sweden. It's really interesting. They have been there once, It's like a small village, town of 5,000-10,000 people, where everyone knows each other, and where Ultimate was developing really successfully. We have two teams represented at Hello Stockholm, and I know that these are not, they are all powers. So those guys are really helping Swedish Ultimate to keep up and stay on a high level. It's like we are having a break here. Discs went out of the bounds. And French connections on offense. Nasser is gonna initiate this offense. We will see. Looks like those guys have a good communication, though they're not playing together.
No, but they're really good friends.
Okay. Bit tight on the sideline here because of the spectators. Nasser throwing, going for fast give and go. Vika Force is putting pressure. Man D. Force. Looks like it's forced forehand.
Give it.
French connection resets the disc. Christoph is working it out with his reset handler. They have to be patient now. They can't drop it. They can't lose it. And it's a hammer right into the hands of player number 24.
Christoph on Cotta.
I just got a text message from my family member who asked me to cheer our auditorium and say hi to all of you guys who have joined us Saturday night in order to share these pleasurable moments of competitive ultimate in the capital of Scandinavia, beautiful Stockholm, where French connection is putting tight pressure on Vika Force. It was a really good opportunity for a long hug to Martin, but it didn't happen, so they work it out through the handlers. Martin Carlson sends it to other Martin, and it's a hammer to Johan Lennartsson, which makes it 7-7, I guess. Both teams are in the game. Both teams really focused. Big pleasure to watch those guys playing. On the sideline we have supporters from both sides. We have French ladies cheering for French connection, and we have Swedish ladies who are maybe not that loud, but obviously cheering for Vika Force, who pulls the disc, which goes into the hands of Christoph. They are going to work it out with Nasser. It's man D. Vika Force putting good pressure, but here one player was left without the defense. Anders is covering Nasser. Very tight. The time is over, so we're going to finish this point and add one to the score. Christopher's the disc, number 5. Sends a scuba which was intercepted by Patrick. No, Patrick decides not to send it deep. Probably it was a good decision. They can work it out. And now it's a deep throw to Anders Dahlberg, who is gonna get it in a brilliant play out. What a nice catch performed by Anders Dahlberg, number 17. Great run, great pass. And it's 8-7. You can hear French supporters who are willing very much their team to qualify into quarters. Game is played to 9, and French Connection sends it away. What an unfortunate, unforced mistake. As I said, the time ran out at the previous point, so we just add one score to the leading number, which is 8. So game is played to 9 points, and Vika Force has a great opportunity to get this game. They're trying to be very patient, working it through the handlers, working it through the middle of the field. French Connection is putting pressure. Was it a draw? Unfortunately, I didn't see what has happened in the field, but looks like there is a chance for the break. For the break for French Connection. It's a hack, house goes right into the head of Connection player number 21, Alban. And we have it 8-8. That's exactly what we want to have. We want to have this tension. We want to feel the nerves of both teams. There are no timeouts. Teams have to continue the game. Vika Force is an offense. Let's see how strong their nerves are, how confident they are, how calm they are. If they want to take a game, it's exactly the moment to do that. Nasser is gonna pull the disc. Looks like French Connections take some seconds to discuss on their strategy. Here comes the pull. Fast forehand. Patrick is gonna get it. No, it's actually Martin. Martin Bumar.
Allez Quentin, c'est pour toi Quentin!
Who sends it to Anders Dahlberg. And it's a hack to Patrick Sandqvist, who makes it 9-8. And Vika Force D is winning this quarterfinal. 1 point only. And unfortunately for French Connection and French supporters, game is over. This is how it is at the games of that level. It's always 1 point that decides. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for cheering, for whoever you've been cheering. I'm pretty sure you had a lot of fun watching this game. Thank you, and talk to you tomorrow. We start our broadcasting early in the morning, so party hard and then join us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Tack Adam. Då testar vi handmicken först då. Jag mutar min mygga. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hej, det är jag som ska kommentera den här matchen imorgon och det låter så här. Hur låter det då? Den ligger på min kamera. Ska jag sänka någonting här eller höja? Jag höjer den lite grann. Okej, den var på max här. Kan man höja den på kameran? Man kan ju skruva på... nu kommer jag inte ihåg vilken som var 1 och 2 där, men du kan ju skruva på kameran. Det här är den som är 788. Nej, förlåt. 790-60. Handmicken är 790-60. Ja, och jag pratar väl... Funkar det nu? Ja, vad bra. Jag pratar lite längre ifrån micken nu och då pratar jag så här högt. Ungefär, och då kommer det kan vara en mikrofon för dem om man vill det, eller för någon annan om man hellre vill det. Ska jag gå över till testa myggan? Eller samtidigt? Jag pratar. Frisbee är ett spel som liknar... Nu slog jag på myggans...
The time is running.